Hello, everybody. Welcome. We're finally here. Just make sure we got the music happening. Can you believe it's been 12 months? You are exactly correct, Plops of Corn. Can you believe it? It's been a year. We're a year in. It's absolutely unbelievable. But here we are. It has been 12 months of a tale of many Warhipsters. So if you've been taking part, or if indeed you've been watching, you've been cheering on, you've been enjoying, give yourself a pat on the back, because it's been a whole year that we've been doing this for. Incredible scenes. Absolutely love it. Well done, everybody. You're the best audience around. We are here tonight with episode 12, the finale of A Tale of Many Warhipsters, season 2. And I'm currently joined by Mr. Gwatkin. Later on, Mr. Reza Prime will be here. Adam is not going to be here tonight. So, I think you should let him know how you feel about that in the chat. Okay? Because he's let you down. It doesn't matter about me. He's let all of you down. Travis Woodside, what are you doing, man? Straight off the rip with a $200? What are you doing, Travis? You're a gorgeous man. Thank you so much. If that's the theme for tonight, we're gonna have tears as well, guys. Don't you worry about that. Oh my goodness me. Right, I'm going to undeafen Mr. Gwatkin here. So he should be able to hear me now. And then we're going to go over to the chat screen. There he is. You can see him. I hope everyone can see him. I can see him. Can you see yourself? Excellent. That's what we like to hear. Awesome. Guys, firstly, I want to say a big thank you to you, Mr. Gwatkin. This was your first series as a presenter. Granted, we've only done 2, but I think you are the one. You are the MVP, because apart from me, because I have to be here, I'm the one with the buttons. But I think you're the one who's appeared the most this season. Yeah, I think you deserve the big gold star. We've got some more going on here. Matt Hogan, thank you so much for becoming a member. And I've just seen that Fabian has become a member, as well as Ice Phoenix, who is the same person, saying I made it on the wrong account. And I also saw just now, if I click on there, we can see that Dan Elliott became a member as well just before the stream went live. So thank you very much, guys. You're kicking ass. That was you. Honestly. Unbelievable scenes. This is going to be a great stream. I can already feel it. It's got that vibe. It's a party atmosphere. This is it. This is the Euro Cup final, but without the heartbreak. Because none of us are competing. Mr. Gwatkin's muted. Is he? I don't think he's muting. You can't hear him. Oh, no, you can't, because I need to press this button. You should be able to hear him now. Rich, please say something.
Hello. Do this all again. I mean, it's not one of these streams that had a little bit of technical difficulty.
There we go. That was my bad.
Yeah.
That was again. I know I have to be here. I should be better at pressing the buttons. We always have one, okay? And later, when Mr. Reza Prime joins, he's going to knock all the windows out. So we're going to have to do that on screen as well. So this janky setup that we have here at Tale of Many Warhipsters, some of you might be thinking, I hope it never gets too professional over there. Don't worry. It's never going to, because I'm here.
We're just keeping it real, okay?
Yeah.
Just keeping it real.
Do you know what that is? That is so basically the way I capture your audio is through the desktop audio thing on OBS. Generally, desktop audio is one of these things that just is fine. It doesn't change between scenes. So I had desktop audio unmuted on one screen and on the next screen, so I just assumed it would be unmuted on this one. And then, of course, as everybody says, there we go. You were muted by me, unfortunately. I wasn't trying to censor you. But yes, I think, as mentioned, you deserve the gold star for being here the most throughout season 2.
Well, apart from yourself, of course. And I'm sure there's some members in the chat that have been here for every stream as well. So thank you to you for watching every single one of these as well.
There are absolutely some people who've been here 100% of every episode, which is just great. It's amazing. It's like it's an unbelievable thing. I cannot stress enough to you guys at home how much I appreciate the enthusiasm for this project, because it's incredible, and it's just very, very kind, I think. And yeah, it's just a wonderful space that we get to do, and you are the ones who create that privilege, and also reinforce that it is a good thing. So it is. I know we're the ones doing the performing, as it were, like the analysis, we should call it, but the community out there is the one that makes this project as good as it is. So yeah, none of this happens without everybody.
I mean, it literally wouldn't even exist.
Yeah.
We would have nothing to review without you guys painting and submitting. So it literally wouldn't exist without you.
Because otherwise it would just be me going live showing you what I've painted in all the videos you've already seen. And giving feedback to myself. Well done, Josh. You've done really well. Thanks there, past Josh.
I don't know, maybe people want to see that. But for now, we're very grateful that we've got all your minis to look at.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the late arrival. It's 5 a.m. here. You are early in the grand scheme of things. 5 a.m. That's incredible. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're here for the paint.
Good morning.
Are you ready to just dive in? Is that something you'd be into, Mr. Quatkin? Is everybody at home ready to dive in? Because obviously we can't get started until everyone at home tells me that they're ready to go.
Of course.
In the meantime, we can answer this question from Gottfried. When will a 3D printer break even against GW models? That depends.
Depends on what you're talking about, whether it's like quality, cost. There's like many different metrics that you can measure that against, and it's a very complex topic.
Yeah. I would say eventually 3D printers will get to the point where you will be able to make them reasonably affordable to be able to print something that is a reasonably similar quality to probably the mid-tweens, sort of like 2015, 2016 of Games Workshop model production. And at that point, that's where I think it's probably valuable. The problem is, the other side of breaking even with the 3D printers is, one, you got to learn how to 3D print. Two, you got to learn how to design your models, because you will not break even with a 3D printer if you are buying STL files from everywhere else.
I think from what I've seen lately, I think the future of 3D printing might not be in people doing it at home, because like you said, it is a hobby that you need to get into, and it can be quite expensive. But what I've seen lately is actually it's enabling smaller creators to actually manufacture minis and sell them at a good quality and now reasonable price. So like I've seen lots more sort of people that are setting up, designing their own minis and then selling them online to people, rather than people buying STLs and just printing their own arms at home. It's actually, I think, creating this sort of boutique industry out there.
Exactly. And I didn't want to interrupt you there because you were making a very, very valid point. However, James Mathias has come in and dropped $200 on the table saying, how does one become a presenter on the next season? Look, next season, I've been ever since Monday we were talking about this. What things are we going to do for season 3? I think we should get you guys in the room. So what I think we'll do is, when we do the Tales is Happening, there will be a registration for a guest spot, right? So if you want to come on and do this bit with us, You just literally have to. What I'll do is I'll say apply. Basically, apply here, and if there's 12 of you, then perfect. That's 12 people get 12 guest spots. If there's not, then it is what it is. There shouldn't. I mean, obviously, I would just say if you want to use my YouTube channel as a platform to promote your channels, absolutely you can. Just be as well behaved as me, not Reza. Because he comes in and starts dropping F-bombs left, right, and center. Just remember that. That's the only thing you have to remember. But yeah, no, I think we'll do that. We'll absolutely do that. And Travis comes in with the 100, saying, "I see your 200," and raise you. Oh my goodness me! Are we?
Amazing stuff.
This is a gambling stream now. At this point, YouTube will get cross at me. We're not on Kick. Thank you guys for being unbelievably generous. We've not even started yet. This is,
yeah, we haven't even put any minis on the screen. It's just us ugly mugs.
Exactly. Wait for your compliments, of course. No, honestly, your generosity knows no bounds. You're incredible. But yeah, that I think we'll do that. We'll have the guest spot, and of course, if you want to do multiple of them, just tell me that you want to do multiple, and we'll roll with it. So yeah, I'd love to get you guys in the room to do it, which would be absolutely unbelievable. So. 100% is going to happen in season 3. James Matthias goes call with $100. Oh, guys, please stop it. Please wait. We've got a lot of hours.
We just started, guys.
We're gonna have a heart attack.
You can't
make
like this early.
Oh. You're being unbelievably generous. Thank you so much, guys. I think we should dive into Tale of Many Warhipsters now before this gets out of control. So here it comes, everybody. Episode 12. Mini Creative all in with the 199. Thank you very much to Mini Creative. It's very kind of you. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate everything you guys are doing. Look, honestly, let's go on with it. Here we go. Tale of Many Warhipsters. Here it is. And, well, as always, guys, we start off with me. Now, you've already seen all of these miniatures. There's no surprises. I did a Hallowed Knights army. Admittedly, one half of it is Scaventide.
Yeah, but it still looks amazing. And, I mean, it's always impressed me how you can get this stuff painted up to such a high standard so quickly as well. Like, you smashed this box out. And it just looks fantastic. Like, it's like it stepped out of box art.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm 3/4 of the way through. I was going to include the Skaven as well, but I haven't finished them yet, so for those of you at home who can see this on your screens, I've literally just got the gunner left to do on the Rattling Warp Blaster, but I wanted to finish all the Skaven before I put them into something like this, because I thought it would look cooler. But this right here is a fully finished Hallowed Knights army. The only thing missing from this in terms of the list is Gardas, who's in the cabinet, and I forgot to get him out. But is what it is. I mean, everyone makes mistakes, especially me. But yeah, I've really been enjoying painting Scaventide. It's been an unbelievably good time, and you guys should be getting on with painting your Scaventides now, or they should be making their way out. Did you buy one in the end, Rich? You didn't buy one, did you?
Didn't buy one, but I did get a spearhead, which you might see a little bit of later on. So I am working on some AOS minis, even though I didn't buy a spearhead. It's just I didn't, I had picked an army that wasn't one of the two in the box, so I didn't necessarily need the box, especially when they released a ton of the rules online for free. So still bought some AOS stuff, just not Scaventide.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Have I just lost you? Did you just did Rich just disappear from the screen for everyone else? Or was it just me? It might have been just me. I might just have to rearrange
Could
my
probably
windows here.
blame my bad internet.
No, apparently you didn't. Oh. Yeah, so I clicked on here, and then it did something strange, did something peculiar. It's getting peculiar in here, guys. Travis, with $49.99, dropping another super chat.
Amazing stuff to see.
We're only on me, guys. We haven't. Stop it. Yeah, there we go.
You can't keep this pace up, guys.
No, exactly.
We need to get through these minis. I'm sure there's a lot to get through.
Yeah, no, there is quite a few. So yeah, there we go. There's me. Skaven Tide, absolutely wonderful. I hope you guys are enjoying it. And yeah, right. Next up, we shall go to Mr. ADR Wargaming, who's not here. So what he has done, I'll explain it. He's done Gothmog on foot and on Warg. He's done the Witch King of Angmar on horse and on foot. He's done some half-naked dude, presumably for Middle Earth, which I'm sure Rich knows who that is. And he's also done the Spearhead.
That's Gorolf Ironskin.
That's Gorolf Ironskin. There you go. Who's that for? Is that for the evil?
It's Isengard. He's one of the Dunlending heroes. That was released a little bit later on.
Right. Okay. There you go. He's also done the Flesh Eater Court's Spearhead as well. He's been having a great time doing Spearheads as well. He wanted to get the Chaos Slaves to Darkness in there today as well, but he was unable to. Unfortunately, but he's done a really great job. I mean, he's done something that I didn't do, which was the full. They're all the same color in the Spearhead. Mine are not.
Yeah, but you did all the different color schemes, and it works. I think ghouls especially work well with lots of different varied skin because various different sort of stages of decay. But these also look fantastic, and I love this sort of darker, bloodier scheme. I forget what it's called. It's Hollowmorn or Morn something.
Oh, this is Morgaunt.
But regardless, Morgaunt, that's the one. But yeah, I mean, I remember seeing your tutorial on these and just going, why did GW not do these? All the ghouls this way, because they look so cool. And I think Adam's done a great job here. And then obviously, great to see the Lord of the Rings minis as well. Always a big fan of those.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's a lot of excitement for Age of Sigmar at the moment, and rightly so, because it's an incredible time to be an Age of Sigmar fan. It's also an incredible time to get into Age of Sigmar. Adam, bless him, I tried, guys. I tried for years. To get Adam to be into Age of Sigmar, and it didn't work. It only worked once Rich forced him to play MESBG, and then he went, oh yeah, there are better things than 40k out there, and then AOS 4 was announced. So it's really been a tag team partnership between you and I, because now he's all
well, you've been trying to get all of us into AOS for a long time.
I have,
and it got to the point where we were always like, yes, okay, the mini is great, yes, okay, the mini is great, and then with the AOS 4 previews, it's like, oh, the rules are actually great as well now. So now we have no excuse.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's always something new and exciting coming out for AOS. Again, I'm just going to stick to Spearhead for now because I need to save some brain space for other stuff. But even that, I've been having a blast with.
I've seen the people in the chat are saying some wonderful, lovely jokes. Adam, this one's for you. Captain Mannering says, Adam, these look great, but -10 for showing up. Yeah, I agree. Nice work, Adam. Your painting is better than your attendance, says Travis. So, people are letting you know how they feel. I mean, look.
Yep.
You might think that your job is important. He is working tonight, I will say that. Or at least that's what he's told me. Yeah. He's working tonight. And the other reason why Rez is late is he is also working. Which is, I think a great example of why they need to come and work for me, because I can't pay them as much as they're currently earning, but they'd have better work-life balance, that's for sure.
They'd probably paint more minis.
You guys clowning my boy Adam Savages, says Colonel. I think you're not wrong. I am Captain Colonel is here. It says work is kicking my rear, but I'm getting it done, and I am not panicking anymore about my daughter's college tuition. I might have handled it, but no more grey for a while. I'm glad you're no longer panicking. I'm glad that's working out for you, Colonel. That's really wonderful to hear. Next up, I no longer have to explain an entry because it's you, Mr. Gwatkin. Here you are. So talk me through this gorgeousness.
So this is the first couple of models for my Seraphon. Unfortunately, I didn't get time to do the full spearhead. I have about half painted, but life transpired against me and I didn't get it finished as I wanted to. But to give you a bit of a taste, here is the first two minis that I've done, so you can sort of see the kind of color scheme that I'm going for. But this is, a couple of Seraphon warriors.
So how have you done these? Because I really like your transition there between the red and is it a dark brown, or how are we doing this?
This is my attempt at just painting things quickly. It is a basically slap chop method. But in terms of, I used, I think it was Wraithbone as the dry brush rather than like a white or something like that. So you could easily just do this over straight Wraithbone,
right?
And forget the Zenithal, dry brush, etc., etc. But I think it was one of the contrast reds. I probably have a look here actually. Not that one. So Flesh Terror's red. That's which one it was. And then the rest of the color scheme is basically a love letter to Wildwood, because you do the entire thing in Flesh Terrors, and then the brown is just over the Flesh Terrors. You paint Wildwood, and then you paint I think it was Black Templar as down the back in black, and then the metallics there, you do a very light silver, and then you just paint Wildwood over it.
I like it a lot. And the obsidian weapons, is that black as well, or?
Again, it's all the differences in colors is just from that initial dry brush sort of slap chop method, and then I think it's Achillean green that I did over it, and that's it.
Oh, I love it.
Just
it's
one
really
coat
nice.
of contrast, and that's it.
Yeah, it's really nice. You don't tend to see a lot. Well, I haven't seen a lot of red at this level. Obviously you do see it on things like the Carnosaurs and stuff, but Red Saurus Warriors is something I personally don't think I've seen very many of, but it really works. I like it a lot.
I wanted to do something a bit different.
Yeah, it is a bit different, because obviously, we've had the comparison in the chat as well. There's Cornate Lizardmen, wonderful, says Scarbrand. There is an element of that.
Yeah.
But that's not a bad thing at all.
Funnily enough. Yeah, funnily enough, I've got a friend who is actually putting together Cornate Lizardmen, but we decided on the projects individually, and he's doing more sort of orange and black compared to my red. But yeah, it's just a color scheme that I was really struggling to. I didn't want to do the typical blue, maybe wanted to do green for a while, but then I didn't actually own the right kind of green contrast paints. So I went, I've got a decent chunk of red, and put a color scheme together, and went, that actually looks pretty decent.
No, it's really nice. It's really nice. I love as well that it's like the gold is more gold, right? Because of the Wildwood, right? Rather than if you'd gone for brass.
Well, it's funny enough. I think it actually looks a little bit more brassy in person, and it's showing up a bit more gold on here. But it's kind of that in between.
Yeah. No, it's really nice. It's a really
like not
idea.
Quite as like. Yeah, it's not quite as like cold as like a Rune Lord brass. Still got that bit of that warmth to it that Wildwood has.
And are you going to do the Croxagore the same, or are you going to change it up a little bit for them?
Yeah, I've already basically painted them apart from the metallics and the weapons, and they're just going to be the same. And then I've got a different color scheme for the Carnosaur.
Nice. Well, I look forward to seeing it. We've discussed. I think you were there on Monday, weren't you? When I said we were going to do an interim. We'll do an interim episode between seasons. We'll do a webisode, a short story, a fable, if you will, in between the tales.
Yep.
So maybe get it done for that. And we'll see the whole thing.
Yeah, sounds good.
Awesome. Love to hear it. Right, now we move on to you wonderful people at home. So, first up, as always, here he is, Dave Hall, with basically finishing off the spearhead. We have a Frostlord on Stonehorn. We have the Mournfang Riders. And Dave, you'll have to forgive me. Are they Gluttons? I keep forgetting this. Or are they Iron Guts? I can't remember. But yeah, I mean...
I think I was going to say they're the ones with the cannons, but those might be like lead belchers or something like that. So I can't... I know all the old Warhammer Fantasy names for them. I haven't learned the OS names for them.
Yeah. But like, Iron Guts, he says, yes. I see, I do know things. But yeah, here we have. So the Mournfang is what completes your spearhead, is that right? And of course we have the rest of it. I mean, Dave, I fell in love with you over your Stormcast Eternals. But your ogres, it's like the treat in our relationship. You know, this is the anniversary present every time I see them, because I think they're really, really cool. And like, what is the posing on the Frostlord you've got up here, particularly the Stonehorn? I really, really like. Is that a non-official head that's there? Because I think it looks great. Or is it an official one? Because the one I'm used to with the Frostlord, the Stonehorn, is the one that's all zombie-ish, as it were. So yeah, they look great, and like this here in the middle, which you guys can probably see, obviously, he gave us a close-up picture there of that kind of weathered silver and the kind of brassy stuff as well with the verdigris, but it's just unbelievable. It looks
weathering that he's got on the metallics is so good. It really does sort of strike that kind of realism that sort of grounds the piece. And I mean, obviously the skin works brilliant as always. Some lovely, great, vibrant colours for all the trousers, and then the bloody hands as well. I mean, yeah, these are always such a treat to look at.
Yeah, they look so good, man. It says the whole model is unofficial. Unofficial. That's what we're calling it. Unofficial, but officially brilliant. You are 100% accurate. Yeah, no, it is just incredible.
Blends seamlessly into them.
Yeah. Because I the only thing because I didn't recognize the Stonehorn, but I thought the guy on top would have been was a GW special. But you know, it looks great. GWs haven't had Stonehorns in stock for the last 6 months. That's surprising. Well, is it? Yeah, it is surprising. But then they've been printing a lot of Scape and Tide.
Yeah, there's always something that kind of falls through the cracks, and you're just kind of waiting for months to for it to get back in stock. But it's all to do with capacity and how much they can print and whatnot. So there's, they've done a decent job at getting things back in stock, but there's always something that lags behind.
Yeah. I just remembered there's something I need to do at the same time as we're doing this. So 1 second. I'm typing up your names as we go because we're going to try something different tonight. Right. Awesome. No. Need to get back here. Yeah. I mean, Dave, you've made, because like my experience of the oh god, what are they called now? Icewind Assault is what the box was called, but that's not what they're called. Beastclaw Raiders. My experience of the Beastclaw Raiders for a long time was that they were super competitive in first edition, of Age of Sigmar, and if you basically weren't the one to take the initiative against them, you just got flattened by an absolutely obnoxious charge. So I despised them for many years, but I'm absolutely fallen in love with your Ogre tribes, Dave, as you've been sending them. I haven't done the tattoos on them yet. Some rats have got in the way. I see. I mean, I hadn't noticed, which speaks to the quality of your work. It doesn't look like anything's missing.
I mean, your skin work is always impeccable, so the tattoos are just sort of that cherry on top.
Yeah, exactly. No, great stuff, Dave. Seriously, well done. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Mez with the Sylvaneth Spearhead. You see, there's a lot of Age of Sigmar. A lot of Age of Sigmar love going
It's
on.
almost like people have been also doing Project Spearhead.
Yeah.
I mean,
Episode 12 was where Josh finally found his happy place. I mean,
Spearheads galore.
Yeah, I mean these are just so good. It's such a nice scheme.
They're stunning.
Yeah,
I really love how sort of light, like it's kind of a little more desaturated than say like your scheme is, but like that color and variance of tones that you have in the pink there, it's so lovely. And then you've got the pale blue, the lovely bark as well, and then also the really sort of verdant green touches in there as well. It all just comes together so well. It really works. I think it looks gorgeous.
I know I've asked you before, Ryan, and I've completely forgotten what the answer to this question was. Is it clump flock that you're using to buff out the flowers area? Because long story short, I was meaning to replicate it myself across my army, but I had completely forgotten how you did it, and then because I have a brain that won't let me concentrate on things, I moved on. So you just recall how you did it, because the cherry blossoms are tiny puffs.
It's stunning.
I have to glue on. There we go. Well, because I love how much it bulks them out. It's like the thing that
it just adds something extra to it.
Yeah, it is 100% like what I think sometimes the Sylvaneth can look a little bit like they're missing. It's called loose foliage.
Well, yeah, I guess it's hard to sculpt in the foliage to a certain level. Like they put lots of little shoots and leaves on it, but it's hard to get like a full clump of foliage, and that's kind of what's achieved here with the cherry blossoms and little puffs.
Yeah. So, because otherwise it would just be a nightmare to paint them. If they sculpted in all of the blossom, it would just be, it would be the worst.
Yeah, exactly. So for practicality, completely understand how they sculpt it as they do, and their models look brilliant.
Yeah.
But adding these extra bits on, and I bet you could do the same thing with some clump foliage that people use to make trees and scenic terrain.
Yeah.
If you got that stuff and did more like an autumnal or a summary theme, you could also achieve something that looks as good as well. But the pink really stands out here. Looks fantastic.
Yeah, it's really intelligent color choice. It's just great. It's really nice. I love it very much. Sylvaneth, always close to my heart. Always. And they better be, because I have 5,000 points of them.
Yeah, it's just nothing, A couple of points here and there.
Like the collection I have of Sylvaneth, it started because, not to get too derailed, but it started because somebody said, "I don't want this anymore. Do you want it?" And I was like, "Yeah, all right." So I then bought I bought what was it? I think I bought a Start Collecting to accentuate it a little bit. But otherwise,
yep.
Anyway, it's unbelievable. Because they always, because they went through a period as well of being in a lot of boxes. So there was the Sylvaneth versus Nurgle box, which his name escapes me right now.
Yeah,
that's where some stuff happened. We had Sylvaneth versus Skaven as well. That also happened. Sylvaneth. Great. Thank you very much, Mez. Next up, we have the Colonel himself with more Sylvaneth. So we have some absolutely delightful Spite Rider Lances, which is a fantastic name. I don't think I ever give it enough credit. I think it's so good. We also have some of the little guys whose name just literally was on the tip of my tongue and now has gone. Someone in the chat will get to me. But we also have the other thing, which name has also just immediately left.
Chain Rasps.
Chain Rasps, yeah.
One of them is Chain Rasps.
Chain Rasps, yes. And your Warcry Warband / is it 4K? It's 40k, isn't it? Oh God, Colonel, I'm
yeah,
so
it looks
sorry.
like there's
Please
some
do
40k
tell
in
me.
there. Do let us know. Because it looks like there's some chain axes and some pulp pistols or such in there. So
because you said corpse grinder cult. That's it. Because you said you were inspired by our very own Mr. James Mathias to get yours done. Necromunda. There you go. And oh man, like
yeah, Necromunda makes sense.
The corpse grinder cult. Yes, of course. Because I was like, are they the Brazen Claw cult? And I was like, no, hold on. You're thinking of something from Elden Ring.
I mean, you are the one that would know the names more than me.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I mean, look, Colonel, we've waxed lyrical about your Nighthaunt, and of course, for those of you who have been around for an episode or two, you know that we are planning to do an epilogue in the coming month. So in August, I'm looking forward to seeing just a sea of cold blue ghosts. It will evoke so many.
It's such a cool scheme, especially with those like stark white highlights. It just gives that extra sort of frosty feel to it.
Yeah. Do you know what it really evokes for me is like that kind of. It's not Dickensian, but you know that era of horror literature. You know things like the Signalman,
that sort of Victorian like horror, like. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that kind of thing. But I
mean, Black Coach fits perfectly into that as well, and you've obviously seen his amazing Black Coach as well.
Yeah, 100%. But that's where I think of, and like when I see your sort of bluish ghost, I picture like a Victorian horror novel about the lost souls of the sea from the Lonely Lighthouse, that type of thing. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, that works perfectly for sure.
Yeah. Your Spider Rider Lancers are very nice. I really like the colours on the sprites, but the vivid blue of the actual Revenants on the back is really nice. How did you do that? Out of interest, if you could tell us.
Very, very sort of bright and radiant and ghoulish, and then it's nice to have the sort of browns to offset that, but also 3 or 4 like very different blues here that are all done exceptionally well. So there's a good variety of blues here that is displayed.
You have a talent for blue, which is consistently a colour. Blue and green are 2 colours that I'm consistently not very strong on, because my eyes sometimes just can't differentiate the two. So I really envy that. Like any other colours in the colour palette, I'm pretty good on, but blue and green, I'm always like, oh, I'm not sure which one that is. I have to do a lot more thinking when it comes to it. So clearly you have a talent for blue. We have it here. The Aethermatic blue. Highlight muscles with white, and then add a thin down Aethermatic as a light wash. Everyone's have been awesome.
Nice.
Sorry, having dinner with old, so can't chat properly. It's okay, Captain Larynx. Don't worry about it.
It's all good. You have some amazing minis here for us to look at.
I remember, Travis. I remember that blue is your creation. No, seriously good stuff, Colonel.
But the white highlights followed by then the extra sort of thin down layer really adds that extra vibrancy here. It's a great tip to, if you're ever looking to really brighten something up, put down some white first and then do whatever color you're thinking over the top of it, because that will really brighten it up, and you can see the results here, which look fantastic.
Yeah, agreed. And the corpse grinders look very cool as well. Necromunda is such a wonderful thing. Are you excited for Hive Secundus? That comes out soon, doesn't it? Is that what it's called?
I have lost track.
I think it's called Hive Secundus.
Oh, is that the? Oh yes, no. I'm now you're jogging my memory. That's the one with all the kind of weird mutated Tyranids, isn't it?
That's
that does
the
actually look very cool.
Yeah, that is the one.
Gene Stealer's gone wrong.
Yeah, I like the lore about those. I've read a little bit, in that they are so hideously screwed up because of it being Necromunda. That
Yep.
they're basically so deformed and so awful that the Hive Fleet, because everyone always wonders why the Tyranids haven't gone and eaten Necromunda, right? It's because those gene stealers are there, and the Hive Fleet are like, nope, we don't want that genetic material back in.
They basically like relay the message being like, hey, come here, eat this place, but they're so garbled up that their message comes across as such, and the Hive Fleet just goes, let's not go there, let's find some fresh meat.
Yeah, we're not into this. We don't want this back at home. It's not cool.
Something's gone wrong with the Gene Stealers. We don't want to be a part of that.
Jacob says the Dead Space DLC for Necromunda. That is exactly correct. I love that. No, awesome. Thank you very much, Colonel. Great stuff. Next up, we have more paints. We have Mark, who is here every stream. Just an absolutely unbelievable support of the channel. But Mark has entered his Angron, and you should all go and give him a follow on Instagram. You should go and follow each other. Everyone here should follow everyone else on the channel, wherever they have the ability to follow them. Instagram, YouTube, Discord, wherever. But Mark has submitted his Angron, and it is an absolute beauty to behold.
It is stunning. This is, up there with some of the best Angrons I've ever seen. Like, this is absolutely beautiful. The blending that you've got, even you can see a bit on the tail there as well. Like just like the color choices, the blood, even like the basing ties in really well to everything. It's just so good. Really, really great color choices and use of color here.
Yeah, it's just really nice. The Lord of the Red Sands. That's what it's called, right? That's his name. It's one of the many
Probably.
names. The Red Angel.
I'm sure that all the Prybikes have many names.
Yeah, I mean, this model, right? I love this model. I adore this model, and I see so many incredible iterations of it, and I think a lot of people put a lot of time into it, as well befits a Primarch, especially the Red Angel himself, the Primarch of the World Eaters, and like you see so many kind of slightly different iterations of it, where so it might not be 100% red, it might be more of a kind of flesh tone, or sometimes people paint it completely different colors. It always takes so well to different color schemes, but my favorite is always kind of sticking to the red of Khorne, to the more box art, and I just think you've executed every aspect of this model so brilliantly, Mark, that you should be incredibly proud of it. From the basing to the tail, to the black of the wings, to the flaming skulls of the blade, to the gore within the chain axe, just all of it. It's composed so nicely. It's so well executed all over the place. You've got an absolute gem on your hands here that has clearly been painted with a lot of love and a lot of attention. So you just be very, very proud of this one, I think.
I mean, this is definitely where this looks like it's stepped out of the pages of a painting.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a really great unity like from the red and the gold, and then tying that in with the base as well, and then the blacks and silvers and such, that it feels like there's been this painting up on the wall and you've just reached into it, taken Angron out and put them like on this little pedestal and here, because it's fantastic.
Yeah, 100%. It's a real treat. It's a real treat. So seriously, well done. Thank you so much for submitting it. Thank you. Just, yeah, there's not much else to say. So seriously, well done. Seriously,
Yeah.
Pammy, honestly, I mean, everybody at some point during the stream, if you can, give yourself a pat on the back, because you should. You deserve it. Absolutely. I would pat you all on the back, but I can't because I don't know where you live. And it would be weird if I did. The next season of Tale of Many Warhipsters, I'll be asking for your postal address. No, I won't. I'm joking. That's a GDPR
Just to send
problem.
pats on the back.
just to send pats on the back, exactly. No, seriously, awesome work. Next up, we have Lacuva with Hello, Tommy. Laminated pigeon lives on Earth. Okay, I can deliver you one pat on the back to Earth. It's Mars. Oh, that's more difficult for me to get there. Sorry, my rocket ship doesn't work. It's in the shop. We have Lacuva with what I don't understand why these things aren't everywhere in 40k. This is a Storm Speed Hammer Strike. I think it's the Hammer Strike.
It's a Storm Speeder. I can't remember which one. It's been a while since I looked at which ones did which.
I think it's the Hammer Strike. I'm not 100% on it, but he said in his message that unfortunately he didn't manage to get the basing done because he's hurt his finger. He's messed it up at the minute. So we send all of our love and well wishes to Lacuva. Hope his finger gets better.
Sure.
But it is a Ravenwing. It is Ravenwing. Everybody out there.
Yeah.
It is a Storm Speed.
Has to go with his Dark Angels.
Yeah, I really love the Storm Speeders. I think it's a really, really cool model. And it looks
They match so well with the rest of the Ravenwing like specific vehicles as well. Like there's sort of that perfect in between the Ravenwing like Dark Talons, for example, and then like the actual land speeders. They're kind of like perfect in the middle.
Yeah. The reason I love the Storm Speeder profile is that for me, and it doesn't look like it, but it is reminiscent of that profile of the Cestus Assault Ram. Do you remember that?
Yeah. I know which one you mean.
They don't sell it anymore, but I did used to love that because it was an absolute brick. This is the Cestus Assault Ram was used for high-speed boarding actions in space. Yeah, and I bet you could probably do it with the model. But I love these because they feel so much more sturdy, and they're less busy than the older land speeders, because the land speeders always had that, or they have all those grav plates around the front, right, which can tend to make the land speeders look a little bit boxed in. Whereas these guys, and Lacuva's done it really, really well here with the edge highlighting, which is absolutely on point all over the model. They're a little less congested, which makes for a sleeker design, and it just looks really, really nice. It's just, like you said, it's perfect in the Ravenwing, right?
Yeah, and on the edge highlighting as well, he's done a fantastic job here because it's so easy to make those edge highlights look quite sort of thick and almost like a little bit clumsy, but here he's done them very fine, very precise, and has just done them at that sort of like right level that from a distance it just looks like as it should do, like a model, but as when you actually look closer you realize there's a lot of actual work to make it look that good from a distance. And then the little bits of that sort of light grey just highlighted around the weapons and the edge of the wings really gives it that sort of extra depth and detail there as well. So there's, even though at a glance you go, oh yeah, it's a black model, it's like actually no, there's a lot more thought and care that's been put into it.
Yeah, and you can immediately tell that as well from the highlights across the angles in the panels rather than just around the edges of the armor. So you see it just there underneath the white Aquila and above the gold one. When you hit those edges, those are the ones that really make tanks and stuff come alive, because those are the ones that if you miss them, you go, that area looks like it's missing something, and it's not, but those are the ones that really just make it go, ooh, there it is. Yeah, and those are the hardest ones to execute because it's in the bend in the plate. It's like the tang of the blade of a sword. The the angle across the middle of a sword blade.
Yeah, for sure. It's a less sharp edge, which means you need to be extra careful with how you edge highlight it, because a really sharp edge is easier to edge highlight. But when it's, a bit of a shallower angle, then it's, you really need to take sort of your time to be a little bit more precise with it.
Now, thank you very much, Nakuva. So next up, we have a returning fan favourite. We have Mr. Chewy Zero himself. I saw him in the chat. I hope you're still here, Chewy. With an absolute
welcome if you are.
Set of submissions. We have some Screamers of Zinch, we have some Flamers of Zinch, we have 6 Flamers of Zinch. There's a lot of Flamers of Zinch. We have 3 Sangor Skyfires. We have a classic. Is that a Land Raider Proteus? Is that an original Land Raider Proteus? But we also have.
Kind of say that's got to be an old model with how chunky sort of and squashed it is.
Yeah, because I didn't think it was the
that, or it's
plastic.
like an epic model that he's.
But yeah, well, we have a Land Raider, and we also have a classic Venerable Dreadnought, which, I love the Venerable Dreadnought. I love the old Dreadnought. I prefer the old Dreadnought to the Redemptor, but it is a little small now when you compare it with Primaris Marines. It can be quite funny.
The old Venerable Dreadnought is such a cool model, though, and it had so much customization to it as well, and all those extra little details as well. Yeah, just so good.
Yeah, there's a lot to love here. The I particularly love what you've done on the tracks of the Land Raider, because there's just I don't know what it is, how much there's a lot to love there. With just kind of it's a lovely color you've got as the kind of the base and the tone and the texture of it, but you've also got, like I said, the texture in there, and you've just got this lovely kind of fading with. I'm guessing you did it by dry brushing, but I could be completely wrong. I think it looks great, but then when you look near the tracks around the kind of edges of the tank, you've got this lovely kind of set of fade weathering going on in the right areas as well. It just looks great, man.
Yeah. The other thing for me as well is I always love Chewie's demons because the colors are just so saturated and vibrant on them. Yeah. You have to tell us what the secret is to them, because it always looks like they've freshly stepped out of the warp, and they truly embody the warp, and especially in this case Zinch as well. There's just such great, and it's a combination of like the vibrancy and also the color choice that you make. Like this color choice, especially on the flamers there, it is perfectly Zinch.
They're so good. It's so good. I'm a big fan of Screamers. I always have time for anybody who paints Screamers. Screamers are the most meta choice in 8th edition Demons book, guys. Seriously. No one believes me, but they were.
Yeah.
They were the best unit in the book. Pound for pound, point for point. Best unit, hands down. No questions asked.
Sure.
I also like.
You're not paying for any sins from 7th.
No, definitely not. The Skyfires. Now, you've done an excellent job on these Skyfires. I really like the discs, and I really like the kind of the greenness that you've got on the underneath. But I also have a grudge against the Skyfires, much like I do with the Beastclaw Raiders. Because Zangor Skyfires in Age of Sigmar, when they first dropped, hideous. Absolutely hideous. I hope they are toned down a little bit now, because they were still pretty good in 3rd, but I haven't really looked at the design.
Yeah, I know that Zinch went through a time at the sort of very top of the OS meta. Skyfires had a very, very brief moment of domination in 40k just before the rule of 3 came in. There was about like a week or two where someone figured out that you could take like 70 of them and it was good, but they were only good if you took like 70 of them. So I remember, there was a bunch of tournaments where people were literally assembling or painting Skyfires at the table before they played. Yeah. And then a week or two later, it was all invalid because the rule of 3 came in.
as well it should have done.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, your Zinch stuff always looks absolutely fantastic.
Moral is always paint what you like, because that will always be relevant.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Flamers as well at some point towards the end of 9th edition. But yeah, no, really
we're quite strong.
I can't wait to see all of your Deathwing together, because you've given us a lot of Deathwing treats over this season of Tales. So thank you very much, Joey. Right, next up we have the Tattooed Zoologist with an absolute mountain of things. We have a Charnel Throne, we have a Corpse Mare Stampede, we have Usharan's Chalice, and we have the one that I can't remember the name of. I was doing so well. I thought it would just be there in my brain as I said them. But unfortunately,
usually is to be fair.
We also have some Virkos Bloodborne, and we have an absolute pile of lovely orcs as well.
Yeah. I mean, there is so much to look at here. It's all brilliant.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the purple and yellow combo on the orcs. The red on the squigs is lovely and vibrant as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's something about purple on that just works so well on the orcs, especially on the big trike that you've got there as well. Just looks really, really great. And then the Virkos as well. Such great models. I love all the blood work you've done across just like the entire right side of the screen, basically.
Yeah.
So very cool and very vibrant as well.
Yeah, the people are saying the Death Dread looks amazing. The Death Dread really does that. Those pops of yellow and the purple.
Yeah, it really stands out.
Nice.
Such a lovely sort of purple, and it's deep without and like dark without being too dark. You still get a lot of that purple shining through without it being going too close to black, and then a really lovely warm yellow really helps stand out against it.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, they're purple and yellow on opposite sides of the color triangle, so it's not always the easiest to pair together. But you've done a brilliant job here.
Yeah, they just collide in such a pleasing way, and even when you've got the red,
but sometimes they can like clash. Like they do work really well together when they're done well, but they can sort of clash. And I think going with the warmer yellow here really helps that sort of warmth of the purple come out as well, rather than if you'd gone for a cool one. It would probably still work, but I think the choice is perfect here, where actually one helps the other out rather than clashing against each other.
Yeah, well, it just really works, man. It's really, really well executed across all of the models. Like you said, there is a astounding use of blood over on the right hand side of the screen.
So much blood.
Blood
in the best way.
Blood.
Blood.
No, it's really great. I particularly like the again, it's a little thing, but on the Virkos Bloodborne, the use of like the tuft on the top of the column, I really like that. Again, I've been playing a fair bit of Elden Ring in my spare time when I can, stealing a little hour here and there. And there is an area which name has completely gone out of my head, in the new DLC, which is just very, very evocative of those. The models are especially, but around the basing choices as well. I'm sure there is a bunch of Elden Ring fans in there who know exactly what I'm talking about. It's the ruins of something. It's not Farum Azula, I know that. It's the one in the new DLC where you go and fight Romina. For anybody out there who knows the name. If Warhipster was a vampire, he would be Laszlo Cravensworth from What We Do in the Shadows. Now that is a compliment. I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much for Tattooed Zoologist. Really great stuff. Love to see it. Right, we now take a brief trip to the old world. Mr. Subtle Joe. Joe has got Elise Duchard for us here in just an absolutely astounding white for the horse, but then also different for the dress with a hint of pink, and then you've got that lovely pink around the hem. The hair looks fantastic, the gold looks great. This is an absolutely beautiful model, isn't it?
Yeah, and such like a really lovely gold that you've used there as well. Like, it's very striking and very well, got some great coverage there, but it's also really nice and warm, which actually offsets against the model really nicely. So again, you got the warm tones in the pink there, so the warmth, and then the yellow of the hair, so a warm gold really helps. And then you also got the little touches of that bright green in the wreath around the unicorn's neck, as well, then reflected on the base, which also ties like in there as well. So like everything like ties to a different part of the model, which makes it feel like one unified piece, which it's brilliant work.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? It's just, he sent me pictures of this as he was working on it, and they just look so good. It looks so good. It's such a beautiful model. It's one that I keep it's on my list of things that I desperately really want to do, and I keep going, I should go and check to see if Elise is back in stock. It never is. And he was I think basically just determined to get his hands on one, so was much better at checking in on it for me, for him.
Yeah, you got to set up those like email reminders.
Yes.
And check all the third-party stockists and everything, or just like order it and wait for it to come.
Well, this is the thing. I feel like it comes back in stock, and then before they can send email reminders, it goes again.
Right.
Like,
well, I mean, that's great that there's that many Old World players out there that are keeping it in demand.
Yeah. I mean, it's just extremely well executed, Joe. We all know that you're a fantastic painter. For those of you who don't know, this is Joe from Liam Dempsey, of Liam Dempsey fame. So if you aren't already following over there, please make sure you do go and subscribe to Liam's channel. But you can find Joe on Instagram, where you can see where he posts pictures of his lovely painted models. But no, excellent work. Really, really good stuff. Thank you very much, Joe. Next up, we have another Angron. We have Kyle Sullivan with another Angron and another Gron and another Angron. I don't know.
It's almost worked.
Let me just. I'm just going to give myself a quick blast of the old fan here, just to cool my jets a little bit. Ah, that's nice. There we go. Brain returning to normal. But yes, we have another Angron here. It is, Kyle. Again, just really, really nicely done. Really, really nice work here, isn't it?
Yeah, gorgeous stuff. I mean, you think that it's such a big model, it's such a nice model, it must be such a easy job to make it look good, but there is so much work that you have to put in here from all the different bits that look quite similar but need to be differentiated, and yeah, this lovely clean work, even having like slightly different like gold from the axe to like the armor on there, and then you've got the verdigris from like the shoulder pad, and then picking out the teeth really nice and cleanly. Everything is just so really well defined here. Yeah, it's gorgeous to see.
Sorry, one second, I'm just updating my thing. Keep going.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're talking today in one of the chats about Angron and how he's such a beast on the table, but it's always lovely to see just how well people can paint him as well, because he's such an amazing model. It's always a joy when you see a Primarch on the table, but even more so when they're painted to this sort of standard.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry, I mean, like, we've said all the same things, echoes what we said about Mark's one, right? It's just beautifully well executed across the entirety of the model, and there's so much to love about this Angron miniature, particularly things like what I really like on the Angron miniature, and I love it when I see it executed, as we've seen across both our Angrons, is there is this kind of blending that goes through on the wing around the what is a knuckle is what I've been told, because a wing is technically a hand.
Yeah.
Right? So it's the knuckle and
Yep.
wrist bones, right? And there's this blending that goes on between it where it moves from this kind of pink into the red and then also back into the red for the rest of the body. It's a really, really subtle thing on the box art that you'll see from your Angrons, but it looks so good when it's done. And it's done really well here on Carl's one and indeed on Mark's one as well. And like people are pointing out in the chat as well, the verdigris on the World Eater's shoulder right there. Absolutely aced it. Looks fantastic.
Yeah, 100%. But it's all those little extra touches, because it's easy enough to just go cool, red, black, gold, done. But it's all the extra details, all the extra bits of blending, the extra layers you put on the extra definition you give to two different areas that are next to each other, that really make this pop and stand out.
And Eric says that face stands out really great stuff. On an almost unrelated note, anyone seen Captain America Brave New World trailer? I have, and I know what you're getting at, and yes. Yeah, it's really good stuff, Carl. Like, excellent work. And people are saying that the face really stands out there as well. And yeah, I completely agree. Like, the shocking bone of the teeth. Look, it's a really nice, it's a really nice focal point. It draws your eye straight into it, which is what you want to happen with a face slash helmet, right? Because it is the thing that we generally our eyes are drawn to when you look at a miniature. Is people generally look at the face and then the rest of the body first. Is generally how it goes. So yeah, it's a really nice little detail, which is why everyone's saying that the face looks so good, because that's the thing they're drawn to, which is great. So just really nice stuff.
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah.
You've done good.
Yeah, definitely. Can you push your volume level a bit? I can sit closer, is what I can do. Is that better? Let me know.
Definitely coming up a bit louder for me, so hopefully it is for everyone else at home.
Yeah. Yeah, I can try and stick within the. I think what I need to do is, annoyingly, I think I need to replace this mic, because it's a good mic, but I think I just need to get a better one, unfortunately. So yeah, we'll figure it out. Josh ASMR. Oh God, no. Next up, we have. Thank you, Kyle. Next up, we have Dudex, who has sent in a bunch of entries. What we have is Kurdos Valentian, we have a Bladegeist Revenant, and then we have oh God, what's his name? The Silent King, Zarek, and we have Ionis Cryptborn.
I mean, you got some absolute stunners here. This is giving us a feast. Like, each one of this could be enough to sustain us, but you've given us, 4 different pictures here. There's just, I mean, OSL, first of all, and Silent King, brilliant. I mean, Ionis just adds to the collection of the other amazing Ionises that we've seen so far. Love the blending on the wings. Such a rich, vibrant red there you've got as well, and I love the sort of bone color you got for the cape. And then on the Ghosty Boys, brilliant use of the colors and the blending there you've got, especially on all those sort of bits of like cloth out to the sort of spiritness of it.
Yeah. Kurdos Valentian is a lovely, lovely miniature, isn't it? I never.
So nice.
It's just beautiful, and like. If you want to, guys, if you're in the Discord, you can go and see some of the other pictures that Dudex dropped of the of Ionis Cryptborn. He's done an absolutely phenomenal job on it. Like, I mean, look, it's one of those things, right? Again, I just have to go and check that mine is still in the cabinet, which I think is
a stunning job.
Yeah, I mean that as in the nice as a massive compliment, because I couldn't distinguish the two, which generally tends to mean that I think you've done just absolutely exceptional job. Silent King, it just looks great as well. It's such a fun model, that one. I think you've actually done a better
Yeah.
job on the glows than I did on mine.
There's some great glows.
Yeah, and then that Kurdos looks so good. The blend on the banner and on Kurdos's robe into the rest of the ghostliness just looks fantastic.
The one on the banner, I think, is especially sort of like you really nailed those transitions there. And not let's say you haven't everywhere else, because it also nailed there everywhere else, but it really stands out for me on the banner for sure.
Yeah, it's just really, really good. It's really, really good. So it's just top stuff. This is what I mean, guys. Think of where we were a year ago, where the standard was incredible. It's only ever gotten higher since then.
Yeah, every week you blow us away. Like there might have been like 1 or 2 Ionis Cryptborns, let's say, per episode, and now there's like 12, and each one of them is better than the last. And it's how do we even can't even like judge them because they just mind boggle us that much. It's incredible.
Such a good model. Such a good model. And executed so brilliantly, dude. Seriously, good job. Moving on. We have below average minis with a... Oh, God, what's he called? He's Lord of Plagues? Is that what it's called? Or it's not... Is it
Yeah, it's definitely Lord of something. It's either... Contagion is the Death Guard one, so I think Plagues is probably it.
Lord of Plagues. Miniature. Yes, Lord of Plagues. Knew it. I was about to say it's Gut Rot Spume, but it's not Gut Rot Spume.
No, he's the one with the tentacles.
Yeah. So we have a little diorama of the Lord of Plagues here, and I really love this.
I love it. I think people should submit more dioramas because this is so much fun. It's got so much character to it. I love the little noggling you got on the base as well, the twisted trees. Yeah, just everything about this really helps set the scene, and it kind of makes me want to, think about like, ooh, what if I did like diorama? What would I include on it? Because there's just there's so much to love here, and yeah, I mean the model itself, brilliantly painted. I love that you've got the sort of the green, those deeper greens in the recesses and in the shadows, and then you've got for those sort of like pale, almost grayish like highlights and skin color, but because you've underpainted it and you've got those sort of deeper, sort of more the color in the shadows, it really sort of lends that sort of icky sort of like nurgly feel to it. And then again, putting some of those greens in the metallics as well, brilliant. Really, really lovely painting here.
Yeah, it's really nice, isn't it? Just consistently across. People are saying in the chat that is anything but below average. Exactly.
100%.
It's just really, really nice. Like all of the kind of the volume, you call it, I guess, volumetric stuff that's going on. It just looks really cool. The diorama itself looks like it's pulled straight out of a pulled straight out of a Black Library description of desecrated ground within Gyron, except it's not desecrated, is it? It's all part of the grandfather's garden. It just looks so good. I saw a thing the other day actually, because people are saying we should do more dioramas. I agree. I saw a thing the other day of somebody who was
100%.
who was creating a diorama, and they were using, I can't remember who the creator was, so I'm really going to have to apologise here. But they were just doing something that to me was like made sense, and they were just creating a cobbled stone floor by just using small bits of clay and then just carving it with a knife. And I was like, do you know what? That's so much easier to me than trying to get it all right and then using a roll or whatever to get the texture, because that might be quicker. But
yeah, if you actually just like basically make your own cobbles, then you'll get a cobblestone street.
Exactly, and I was like, that actually feels like that's quicker to me, because I tried using the rollers for a bit, but it just didn't work for me, because I was like, I want to go back over it to make sure it's nice and deep, and of course if you don't get it 100% correct going back over it, you then have double the thing than you had in the first place. So, it is what it is.
Yeah,
But...
I mean, it all depends on sort of what effects you're going for, because we've definitely seen people use those rollers to great effect, especially Dave, for example. We always used to ask where did he, how to do his bases, and it was one of those. So there is a knack to using them, but at the same time, if you want that extra depth that you're talking about, then you either need to work at it more or start from scratch with a different technique.
Yeah. No, great stuff below average minis. Anything but average. Really great stuff. Continuing with our Nurgly theme, we have Dan with Mortarion and friends.
Meme. Yep. This is a gorgeous Mortarion. And I mean, I played with Mortarion for a long time. One of my favorite models in 40k. I think that the Death Shroud here, brilliant as well. But I adore this paint scheme for Mortarion that you've done here. It's kind of like Pallid. I forget the name here. And Pallid Hand or something like that. But I love the sort of yellowy green that you've got into the wings, and then reflected that throughout different parts of the miniature as well. But it's still that sort of like more paler grey, not quite ghostly, but sort of pallid version of him. And then blending that out into the blues at the bottom, which is reflected in the smoke at the top. I mean, yeah, there's so much to love about this model. I think the color scheme that you've gone for here really helps sort of, or helps, yeah, or keep like the, or makes the model come alive, and then perfectly offset with the Lord of Contagion and the Death Shroud there as well, especially with the rusty weapons as well. Really stand out.
Yeah, it's just it's an excellent rendition of this miniature. It's such a hard one to execute, this one, because there's so much going on with it. Like that is a consistent thing across the Death Guard models, is that there's just tons you have to be conscious of when you're painting
every single Plague Marine has so much detail on it. And then Mortarion, is the lord of them all.
And like the point I'm driving at is that when you present something like Mortarion, who is of that same level of detail but scaled up to this size, it's very easy to kind of not give up but pay less attention to certain areas. But you don't get that vibe at all from this one. It's like, because even like you see like here on the on the right hand picture, you see there's just kind of this like little hint of blue, and there's little brown, sort of black and stuff going on
in that sort of breathing tube, like all the pus that's sort of going in between. You've done that in a very sort of bright green. Then you've got the reflections of the blue there as well. Sort of like little sort of subtle OSL effects from where like Brabant and the plasma pistol onto like bits of the cloak and cabling below. There's just like all these extra little details that you've really paid attention to help the mini come alive.
Yeah. Oh. Dan Elliott, first model in 15 years. That's amazing. I think this Mortarion is actually the first mini painting after getting back into hobby after like 15 years. Dan, what are you playing at?
Yeah, that is not real.
Where do you get off? No, I'm joking. Oh, that is. That it just makes you an even more impressive. It just makes you an even more impressive hobbyist. That is all I will say about that. It's just really good stuff, man. Like, honestly.
Yeah.
Let me just pull up my little list here. Just pop you in. I'm just gonna make sure I've got everybody. Yep. Cool. Excellent. Thank you very much, Dan. Next up, we have Conic Melter, who, again, we have a smorgasbord here. We have Night Lords.
Yeah, tons of stuff.
Yeah, we have Night Lords, we have Ultramarines, Eliminators, we have a Tech Marine, who's also an Ultramarine, I've just noticed on the knee. And we also have some of the new Mandrakes.
Yeah. Is it just me, or do they look extra creepy with more like a Caucasian like skin like tone palette, rather than being sort of more sort of alien? Making them more human actually makes them scarier in a way, or makes them, a little bit more gruesome. And then I obviously love the work you've done on all the different coloured flames on there. I think the green's really nice in the cloak, and the Night Lord there just looks so cool as well. I mean all this stuff is great.
Yeah, I agree. I like something about Mandrakes having air quotations normal skin colors, rather than like you said, like the black that they tend to have on the box art. It's like jet black, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
It does make them feel a little bit more unsettling, I reckon.
There's just something about it, which is absolutely perfect for them as well. Like, it definitely carries that sort of like vibe of these are people that you do not want to mess with.
Yeah. People are pointing out the cog. Laminated Pigeon is pointing out the cog axe of the Tech Marine too. Yeah, I mean the Tech Marine is a really lovely model.
It's really lovely red that you've got there as well. Very smooth.
Yeah. And I really, again, we've got two different blues going on here. You've got really nice Ultramarines blue on the Eliminator, and I very much like the in Midnight clad Night Lord on the right hand side as well.
Really lovely.
I love that
sort of darker, desaturated.
Yeah, it's great. It's really nice to see, especially when you put them next to each other, because I think sometimes Night Lords can look a little bit like Ultramarines.
Yeah, if you're not careful with the way you do your blues, then there can be some overlap there. But there's some real distinction here, and it just shows, how different the vibe is from each of them. Just from like having that sort of very, I think the silver on there has almost got like a little bit of yellow in it, or some sort of like brown in it. Maybe done a wash over or something. It just gives it a little edge, and it gives that kind of, I almost want to say like a scarier feel to it, but that's also part of the model. But it's a great combination of the colors matching the model on every one of them here, basically.
Yeah. Conic Melter's in the chat. He says, "I followed your Blood Angels video for the red." Nice. I like it.
There you go.
I like it a lot. We need more Tech Marine variants. Ironfather Phyros shouldn't be the only Tech Marine in Gravis armor. Maybe that's a hot take, but it's how I feel. I get you.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, Tech Marines. People say they love Tech Marines. I love Tech Marines as well. And it's funny because when you read like Horus Heresy novels and stuff like that, Games Workshop clearly loves Tech Marines too, because they're always like absolute lads. They're always the one that like pulls off the save, or gets the tech working at just the right moment, and they're always like the most jovial as well.
Yeah, well, things got to break down for there to be suspense in the plot, and then someone's got to fix it. It's got to be the Tech Marine.
Exactly. No, really, really cool stuff, Conic Melter. I love it. Really nice. And again, just really love the choice on the mandrakes. I think it's really nice. It's a really interesting take on them, and it's really cool.
For sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Conic Melter. Next up, we have Mr. Biltong Boob, and because Mr. Reza Prime is still not here, we're not going to do any jokes at your expense, Mr. Biltong Boob. So he's done quite a lot.
That's love.
Yeah, we've got Dane Ironfoot on War Piggy on foot. We also have his entire Iron Hills collection, which I'm led to believe you've had the honour of facing.
Yes, and being allied with. We're the two dwarven factions in our campaign at the moment.
Yeah, and then also a dwarven fortress as well is what he's done.
Yeah. So this one has, you can take off the top and it's got full interiors, everything. This one's made by Conquest Creations, but yeah, he's done an excellent job here. That sort of like the gold and the green there, and I know he's looking forward to playing and using that piece of terrain in a game that's coming up soon, which will look brilliant. Because the campaign is actually wrapping up, I think, the end of next month. But we're also loving Lord of the Rings that much that we don't want it to end, so we'll keep on playing well beyond the end of the campaign. But yeah, it's great to see him sort of dive in head first and to see him painting all these minis up and all the terrain that he's done over the last couple of months.
Who's winning at the moment?
Ooh, definitely Evil.
Definitely Evil.
Evil have Evil are. So we're doing like strongholds that you need to take, so we can have like sieges. So we had a siege of Helm's Deep, and then we've got a siege of Minas Tirith coming up, and then Osgiliath and all that sort of stuff. So we get to do these big points, and you have to try to win those points. So I think with the big piece on the right, he's, the first time he tried to take Erebor didn't go so well, so he's now trying to retake Erebor, and that's what the piece on the right is going to be used for. But I think Evil are currently leading like 4-1 at the moment out of a possible 7, so something along those lines. So they're definitely in the lead.
I knew I should have come and gotten involved.
You could have.
Well,
you still could, you come down, have a game, you're more than welcome.
I don't think anybody wants me to bring down 1,000 points of Rohan and sweep the board, do they?
I mean, if we do Pelennor Fields, it'll be perfect.
Well, it's true. No, I mean, this is really great. I'm glad you guys are really enjoying it. And yeah, I mean, it looks
It's such a fun game. I highly recommend it to anyone out there that hasn't tried Middle-earth strategy battle game yet. Please do. It's a great system, great minis, and just lots of fun. Like the best narrative scenarios out of anything they've ever written, I think.
Absolutely. No, great stuff. How big is that fortress out of interest? Because it looks massive.
Ooh, quite big, yeah. So if you look at one of the doorways on the second level, I think you can probably fit a dwarf through there.
Okay.
So that kind of gives you a bit of a scale to it.
Sean Williams says, just hosted a 26-man MESBG tournament last weekend. Well, there you go. MESBG. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, love it. We can't get bogged down in MESBG. We have to move on. Any idea?
We can do this and OS at the same time. You can have both. A little bit of 40k mixed in as well. You can have it all. Big Sunday.
Any idea when season 3 is starting? I'm already itching to go again. So what I'm kind of veering towards settling on is the kickoff for it being in either November or December. If we do it in December, it means that the next one runs January to December, right? If we do it in November, then it runs from December to December, which feels like a great time for celebration, given as it's the holiday month. But that will be when we're looking to run season 3. But in the meantime, there will be a fable of many Warhipsters, a little short story where essentially we will just do a what have you been working on this week. If you want to have a thing where we kind of go through, we do this format, we can do that as no requirements, no restrictions, no nothing, anything like that. Just be whatever you want, whenever you want. We just do it like an interim one in the meantime. Can you start season 3 after we moved in? Okay, that's plenty of time. Okay, cool. As long as I'm thinking December. I'm veering towards December, launch in January. A lot of people want to start in November and launch in December. So it'll be soon. It won't be far away. We're not going to wait like 8 months like we did last time.
You have a little bit of break, and then you come back to it, and we'll be raring to go, I'm sure.
Exactly. And I'll have a super fun, fast, efficient format. Full of technical issues as they always are. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Biltong Boob. Legend. Love you. Next up, we have Teeny Tiny Victories. Laura, I've seen you in the chat. You have to explain what this guy is. It's fantastic, but you'll have to explain it.
It's gorgeous.
Because
this is absolutely brilliant.
It's truly wonderful, and I absolutely love it, but I have no idea what it is.
Or where it comes from, but please tell us so everyone can get their hands on it. The model is brilliant, obviously, but also your paint job is wonderful as well. The skin work is great, really great definition, really great volumetric work as well. And that's sort of like, you got a bit of like that warm sort of yellow glow on there as well. And yeah, then all the bubbles and the soap, and it's slightly different again to all the definition then you got on the beard. It's just super clean work here. Everything is picked out really lovely, even down to the eyes, which I'm sure this is probably a tiny mini. Yeah, it's brilliant and such a joy to see.
It's called Mefer the Stinky. That's the name of it.
Sure.
I also love Alaric's Dwarf Geralt of Rivia. Great reference.
I mean, that's exactly where my mind went as well.
Please imagine the cooler side is a bit darker. The camera refused to pick it up. I hadn't noticed that it didn't look darker. It looks great. Like again, you've gone for different kind of lighting around the model, which is impressive.
It definitely. Yeah, it's very impressive how you've got that bit of lighting on there, which we're picking up on before. But regardless of whether or not the camera picks it up, it definitely comes across, especially with the rotating the mini there. We can see the transitions between. So if it's not immediately evident in one of the pictures, we definitely get it from the rotation.
I think we should all campaign to Games Workshop that they should be using tactical ducks instead of tactical rocks.
Imagine if someone's army, they've taken out every single tactical rock and just put a little rubber ducky in there instead.
I'd love it.
That would be brilliant.
That would be so good. That would be so good. Especially with some of the Space Marine stuff, like with the Ballista's Dreadnought, for example. That's got a big old tactical rock. That could be a huge rubber ducky.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, they can all be at different points of being like pressed and squeaked. Because depending on how far the foot is down on the rock. Yeah. Oh, I'm now picturing a Titan diorama using one of those, those chickens that found fame for a while. The squeezy ones. Oh, yep. Very noisy ones.
Yeah. Oh, man. This is a great model. It's just, you painted it brilliant, Laura. It's really, really good stuff.
It's always such a joy to see these as well.
Yeah.
See something a little bit different.
Yeah, just a little bit of variation's always nice. See, it doesn't all have to be grimdark out there, guys.
You can do fun and colourful as well.
It's by a company called Miniatures of Madness, if anyone needs their own stinky dwarf. There you go. Miniatures of Madness.
Brilliant.
Everybody, if you want to get your hands on one, you absolutely can do. There we go. I mean, it's just great. Thank you so much for sharing it, Laura. It's unbelievable. I love it. Saint Celestine's doves replaced, but with rubber ducks. Yep. Stormcast ether wings, but with rubber ducks. It's just great. I love it. Inquisitor Kotiaz. Remember that old model? And a cyber eagle on his arm. Let's put a rubber duck on it.
Cyber rubber duck. Has to have like a little bionic eye or something.
Oh yeah, right. Exactly. Love it. Thank you very much, Laura. Next up, we have Frothy Paints with a Psychophage.
I mean, we've spoken at length about the yellow and the black. It just works. I love the purple to offset as well. We've talked about how that warm yellow really works well with the purple, even though they're opposite ends of the spectrum. Yeah, and I love the depth the yellow has here as well, and then also all the little subtle sort of highlights that you've got that give the chitin texture to it as well. So there's some really lovely detail work going on here.
Yeah. I mean, look, we've seen a fair bit of this now from Frothy Paints, especially on things like the Termagants and stuff. To see it now on something like this, and the Psychophage, like honestly, the Psychophage is not an easy model to paint because it's just a lot of very wide open areas, especially on the carapace on the back and the underbelly of the, what would you call it? It's like the venom sac in many ways,
maybe?
Isn't it?
I don't know. Yeah.
Like, what do you call it on an ant? It's big bum, basically.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Like, one of the parts is thorax, but I can't remember exactly which part is which.
Abdomen, maybe?
But regardless, I think it's a bigger miniature, which means you have more space. But what he's done here is given it that extra depth and that extra detail that really makes it come alive and sort of takes the color scheme to that next level that you maybe don't have the space for or can't see as well, in a small model like a Termagant, but when it's blown up to this level, it really stands out.
Yeah. I've just seen Rich is having an absolute mare getting home, is what he said.
Oh no.
We'll,
He's all right.
we'll feel bad for him for 10 minutes, and then afterwards we'll make jokes.
Yeah.
I know how. Oh, sorry about that, everybody at home. My mouse just changed its DPI because I pressed the wrong button, and now it's back to what it should be. There we go. Sorry about that. It's lovely stuff. Rocky Paints. It's ass. Well, there you go. Travis Woodside. I like that. Yeah. The Psychophage's ass is quite hard.
Yep.
You can bounce a quarter off it now. It's a tricky one because it is just this large open area, and so yellow is as we know with the scheme from Frothy Paints, it's a bold choice. In terms of like it's a bright choice, not as in like ooh, that's a bold choice. It's just like it's executed really nicely, and I like the purple smoke as well to just kind of not be too vivid from the black of the carapace. I think it really works.
I mean, black and purple is a great color scheme in general, and then it offsets the yellow as well. But yeah, like I said, it's not sort of too out there or too vibrant. It's that just enough purple that you need.
Yeah. No, I agree. Oh, and you can see little pops of it as well in the leg and on the tongue, for example.
Yeah. And I, like we've seen some other miniatures before, having those colors repeated in other parts of the model really helps tie it together.
Yeah. The metasoma, if you want to be fancy, means abdomen. The thorax is the middle. God, you guys know way too much about insects. He says, knowing nothing. Anyway.
I knew someone out there would know or be able to Google it.
Yeah, well, exactly. Right. Next up, we have Mr. Travis Woodside with this Troggoth, whose name escapes me. Travis, I know you're here. I can see you, Travis Woodside. And he said, don't include this if you don't have to, because it's not finished. But I keep looking at it. I keep going, how is it not finished? It looks finished to me. It looks incredible.
Yeah. Well, because I'm guessing because maybe you haven't finished the base yet. But this is brilliant.
Yeah.
I love how colorful this is. From all the blues, which I mean, the pale skin works really well because it then blends into that sort of purple and pinks, which then burst forth with these lovely, vibrant sort of turquoise or sort of toadstools and everything else, and then the reds on there. I really like how the club that he's holding is kind of a bit rotted and mossy, and you've got that extra green on there. Yeah, I mean, the colours on here are so vibrant, which is absolutely the vibe for this faction, for Gloomspite, I believe.
I've been corrected in the Troggoth.
I can't remember if they're all in the Troggoths.
Yeah, I've been corrected quite forcefully in the chat. It is not a Troggoth, it is a Trog boss. Just like Travis Woodside is an absolute boss. So there we go. I've taken your correction, guys, and turned it into a compliment. That's what we do here at the Tale of Many Warriors. No, honestly, Travis, it looks so good. The club, like you said, looks fantastic. Skin, absolutely excellent. I love that you've got the color you invented all over it with the little kind of it's like a mossy cave. It's basically cave mold, right? But the blue is a really nice tone. The yellow is really cool. The red that you've got here on the centipede, millipede type thing, bug, whatever it's called, just looks really nice. It pops really nicely against it, and I really like how you've got this kind of quite vibrant shading in the knuckles, on the fist foremost that we can see. Like it just creates like it's like the opposite of like if you. It's like like you got a white knuckle ride. If you clench too hard, your knuckles can go white. I love that it's kind of like that happening, but it's like you can see like because it's clenching quite hard, the skin has gone a little bit translucent. You could really see like the kind of the purpleness underneath. It's just a really subtle thing, but it's really effective. I realise I'm going on and on and on about some wrinkles on a hand, but it's one of the things that I'm drawn to.
No, but it's all the details, and like there's some painters talk about like these are the parts that technically or typically have is where the skin is thinnest, so the underlying color of the blood should be showing through there more. And I think you've definitely sort of nailed that in certain parts, like the knuckles, like the hands, and then around the face as well, where you've got the sort of extra sort of bits of color in there to sort of sell that effect. I really think the shading and the shadows here really help bring the model alive and have that sort of extra level of color in there that you want these trog bosses to be very vibrant, and having that sort of shadow, that colorful shadow, is such a great way to do it.
Yeah, it's beautiful work, Travis. Get yourself making those videos. We can talk about it. I know you want to talk about it, but you should, because you're a really good, talented painter. I think everybody here could be YouTubers, but if everybody here was YouTubers, we'd all be doing Tale of Many, our insert YouTube channel name, and we'd all be having to do this every evening. So, but honestly, like, just top work, Travis. Seriously, good stuff. But we must move on, because we've got another legend. Everyone's a legend, but we're going to move on to the next one, which is Mini Painting Dad with Gazkol Mag Uruk Thraka and I'm assuming, kit bashed truck. Is that correct?
It's one of the trucks. I'm assuming it'll be one of the named ones, but I forget all their long, ridiculous names. And it being kit bashed, he's probably got a specific one in mind that he's shooting for. But first of all, great photography for work again. Mini Painting Dad, always impressed with that, and such smooth colors on Gaz as well. Like such great. I mean, you've got the vibrancy there, but then you also know when to go a little bit more desaturated and realistic, like especially with the metallics and having those sort of brown undertones on the claw. Brilliant. But then you have the sort of slight OSL glow on the gun, and then the bright sort of teeth just underneath Gaz, and then bright face, but then that quickly fades away into shadow as well. Like the color transitions here are brilliant, and the blending here is so smooth.
I'm so sorry. I could feel that sneeze coming.
Oh no.
Oh, it's just, it's when it's just in there. It's just in your sinus. You're like, this is going to sneeze.
Yeah. It's just waiting.
Feel it there. And I was like, come on, get out. And then of course it went. I'm going to sneeze again in a minute. I can just feel it coming because it's warmer today, which therefore means hay fever. Hooray! No, I mean, I echo everything that Rich is saying there about these two. Like, the Gaz is just absolutely phenomenal. I really like the truck. People say it's the A team, or is it the O team?
Your team.
Yeah.
But like the truck as well, like the closer you look, the more you find as well. Because if you just look at like that top bit of metal that goes across the top of the truck, it looks from a distance like, oh yeah, it's probably just just like some silver paint. But then you actually zoom in, you're like, wait a minute, almost looks like non-metallic metal, and you've got the whites sort of blended up, white on one side with the light and red on the other side with some really great sort of subtle OSL that then blends into white and then blends into a sort of like deeper color between them. And it's like, I think this might just be like a non-metallic metal entire truck, which is astounding.
Yeah. Oh, it's great stuff. Oh, you're very talented, all of you. Goodness gracious me. Actually, I've just noticed people were saying a little bit earlier, the chat for some reason occasionally goes a little bit out of order on Tale of Many Warhipsters. I think it's because everyone's very excited. Guys, if you could please leave a like on the stream. Apparently, we're only one like away from 50, which is our first target.
Hey.
And our next target is, of course, the immortal number of 69. Nice. I think it'll either be the B team or the W team. B for boys or W for war. Or, as I say it, war. Because if I was to ever do an orc army, it would be a very polite orc army. Because they'd all be introverts, just like me. Um, I wouldn't really want to intrude.
They'd all be armed with paintbrushes rather than, sluggers and choppers.
Exactly. Um, no, great. Oh, just great stuff when you paint Dad. Love to see it.
Wonderful, wonderful work.
Yeah, no, awesome. Next up, we have Flearoy Brown, Brendan. He's a stalwart of both seasons of Tale of Many Warhipsters. This is it's a alternate company whose name I can't remember, but he says it's for like as a Grey Knights stand-in, and I think it's great. Look at it. I mean, it's a lovely model, right? I'm not sure where it comes from. Somebody in the chat.
Yeah, please let us know. This is the first time I think I've ever seen this model, and I'm just, looking at and discovering more and more detail. And I'm assuming this is a fairly decent scale because there's a fairly small head in there, but then you can see the little sword in there as well. Got some lovely detail work with the blue, picking everything out. I'm just, wondering what sort of scale this is. Is this more like Grey Knight or is this more like Dread Knight scale? But I mean, wonderful work either way.
Yeah. I'm unsure, but I'm really into it as a model.
Yeah.
Really...
you know what it first reminded me of when I first saw it? It was something almost like from the Aliens universe, like a little bit more sort of like future sci-fi, a little more gritty, and gives it sort of more, almost more like mechanical feel to it.
Yeah, I almost get like a little bit of almost like a Transformers vibe.
Yeah, I can see that as well.
Out of interest, chat, you'll know this. Is there a Transformers tabletop miniature game? I'm sure there is one.
I mean, it was all action figures back in the day, so surely someone's turned that into a game somewhere.
I'm sure.
I mean, maybe it's just everyone makes up their own rules for it. But there's enough, material there that you could definitely make a whole range of miniatures from that. But then I guess, of course, people would want them to actually transform rather than just be a static one and then static the other. So,
yeah,
I know.
Have a good meeting,
Depends
James.
on how transformable they are.
True question is, which Transformer was/is your favourite? I mean, I'm always going to be pretty boring in this situation and say Optimus Prime. Just because the cartoon.
I mean, I'd probably lean towards Bumblebee, but I feel like there's cooler ones out there that I just don't have the knowledge of yet. And if you introduce me to them, I'll be like, yes, that's who it actually is.
Yeah, yeah. Optimus is a Stormcast. Well, there you go. That would be why. GoBots is greater than Transformers. Yep. Travis would say, "You shut your mouth." I'm joking. I've never consumed any GoBots. The only thing I know of, the only reason I know that GoBots exists, right? This is how uncultured I am. Is I was watching an episode of is it Pawn Stars, the shop about the pawn shop.
Oh yeah. I know the one that you're referencing.
Yeah, where they have a GoBots.
Yeah, it's like Las Vegas, like
I've
pawn
never
shop.
heard of GoBots before, but yeah, there we go.
Honestly, neither have I. I thought someone would have come in with the Bionicles reference, as that was like kind of like Transformers meets Lego kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't heard of GoBots.
I've forgotten about Bionicle. Bionicle was cool.
It was big. It was big for a couple of years with a certain age bracket.
Well, yeah, because it was cheap. It was £10, and you got a figure, and you got them in a tube, and you got to open the tube like a thing of tennis balls. Anyway,
I think I did get one or two of them, but was probably a little bit old and didn't get fully into it.
Animated Grimlock, people are saying. Oh, yeah, that's a big Coke can, so cool. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I was really interested in it. Anyway, thank you very much, Brendan. It's a really cool model. I would go and find the name, but if I go and click somewhere else on Discord, it will get rid of Rich, and it'll be a whole thing. So, yeah, thank you very much. Lovely to see you here in the finale of season 2. Next up,
absolutely,
we have Vray 9756 with a Morbeg Knight and a Vargulf Courtier.
I mean, I love the vibrancy of the red on both of these, but then also like the gore work that you've done around like the mouth as well. It's almost like looking like dripping with blood, and then that sort of really dark, menacing skin there, and then the bones protruding from the Warwick Knight. Yeah, it's very suitably gruesome here, and excellent work.
Yeah, I agree. I like this kind of darker skin for the Flesh Eater Courts.
It's kind of it's actually feels to me almost a little bit closer to what you want to go for with your Castlevania army. Like it's closer to like the Night Monster kind of vibe to me.
Yeah, yeah. It gives me. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah, just that. I think it's the darker skin that sort of, because they sort of tends to have different colors of skin, but I feel like they're more on the darker side. But that could just be Mandela effect.
I mean, this one, in terms of the Castlevania vibe, looks very much like the night creature that kills the bishop in season 1. Season 1. Season 1.
I need to rewatch them.
In the church in Graveyard.
I think I binged. I know exactly the point you're referencing. The trouble is I binged them all at once, so I don't really differentiate between the seasons.
Yeah, I'm about due another rewatch of that. Victor is in the chat and says he was going for an Evil Dead theme, Army of Darkness. I've done more to them in the Discord with the bases as well. Oh, nice, Victor. Sorry, I didn't see them.
Fantastic.
In time for today. Didn't mean to submit multiple for the same episode. No, it's all good, Dudex. You gave me one video, one photo of each. So that's all good.
Yeah.
That's all good.
Yeah.
I really like it, man. I Flesh Eater Courts. They've had such a good glow up. That
yeah,
I'm excited to see, like, as the edition progresses, more and more Flesh Eater Courts armies start to come out of the woodwork, because they've always been kind of, you either play them before this, you'd either play them as like 5 Terrorgeist and just be done with it, or you'd play Ghoul Patrol.
Yep.
Whereas now, obviously, there's all the cool stuff like Usharan now, so it's just very, very, very cool.
Yeah, they're always a great range before, but now they're definitely feeling fleshed out. No pun intended. But yeah, it's they've always been some of the coolest lore that they've written for AOS, and then the model range has been old but still very good, and then just all the bits they've added on to it really do make it feel like a full army with lots of different choices now, rather than just ghouls or bats.
Yeah. Your partner gave you Usharan for your birthday. Can't wait to paint it. Oh, James, I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see that one.
We've seen so many incredible Usharans. I can't wait to see what you do with it.
Well, speaking of Usharan,
here we go.
We have one here on the next slide. Thank you very much, Victor, for your submission. It was really cool. Next up, we have Dambuster, who, again, another smorgasbord. See, Dudex, you're absolutely fine, because Dambuster has given us a Nexus Chaotica, a Braxia, Spear of the Everchosen, the Brand's Oathbound. He's got, other than me, the first Scaventide miniature in the Lord Vigilant on Gryffstalker. We have a Chaos Lord on Manticore, and we have Usharan, the Mortarch of Delusion.
Also the keys to your house, because these look like they've stepped out from your tutorials as well. Incredible work across all these. I mean, where to start? Usharan is obviously fantastic. Love the color on the skin. The cloak looks great. You got the really deep, sort of vibrant red, very luscious sort of red there. Great stonework. I mean, we've got Manticore. Love the blending that you've done on the skin there. I mean, Abraxia here also stands out, as does the Chaos Train piece. And then that Warband with all the Marauders there also looks brilliant as well. Like everything here looks just incredible.
Yeah, it's just flawless execution, left, right, and center. Right. I'm jealous that you've done your Brand's Oathbound. I need to do mine, because I haven't got around to painting them yet. But The little witch character here, the one in the middle, with the hood over the top, with the freehand on top of it, is just next level. It's very, very good.
Well, I also do want to give a shout out as well. I think the basing that Dan Buster has done here looks really, really great. Like really sort of naturalistic, especially if you look at like on the Manticore or on Abraxia. I'm assuming that's sort of some sort of like texture mix, or like base ready texture, like mix of rocks and sand. But then also, I'm assuming flock work with then some tufts on it as well. I've seen, flock is kind of hard to do actually, and you don't actually see it as much these days. But I feel like here it's absolutely nailed and done really, really well. So if you have any secrets or tips, please do let us know to how you've done this basing, because yeah, it looks really, really good.
Abraxia is making me feel like I want to start a slaves army. Well, Dave, you can create a pretty good Slaves to Darkness army if you're just prepared to paint somewhere in the region of 12 Varangard and Abraxia. But it's very strong. Very, very strong. You will be that guy. Flocking brilliant, says Dan. Exactly. Flocking excellent, Dan Blaster. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's like a who's who of my favourite models.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, and like the custom markings as well that are happening here on the Manticore, the Chaos Manticore, is really impressive. You just look at that that leg right there, the kind of because that's not sculpted on. That's freehanded in those black scales.
Yeah. There's so much extra detail work. Like we could spend easily like 10 minutes just on each blow up each of these photos and just gush over them individually, because there's so much to see here, and you've done such a great job on all of them.
Yeah. No, it's just, and also, I mean, good job on getting the Lord Vigilant done. That's quick work. You've only had that 4 days.
Yeah. I was gonna say, it's like I forget that you had it for a lot longer, because like, yeah, well, you obviously got it done. It's like, yeah, but people literally just received their box like on Saturday, so I've really turned it around.
I've had it for a couple of extra weeks. Laminated Pigeon says Dave Slaves with Glaives. That's got to be the name of the collection there.
There you are.
I love it. No, awesome work, Dan Buster UK. Seriously, I mean, you're a productive painter of epic proportions, so just be really proud of that.
Yeah.
Next up, we have apparently him again. No, just press down and then up very, very quickly. We have Matt Hogan, who's given us a bit of a family photo. The new things here are, of course, the War Master Titan here in the back, and the Kratos detachment here on the left-hand side. Kratos of the Thousand Suns. But the War Master, that thing is enormous. It's so big. Have you ever seen one in purple? In purple? I mean, in person.
Well, I have not seen one either in person or in purple, and it looks brilliant. And the funny thing is, like, we're talking about how massive and it looks against everything else, but if you get next to like some 40k stuff, it probably doesn't have that sense of scale. But here you can really just tell how absolutely big it is in the setting, and it just towers over everything else. And yeah, Titans like this are where I think Epic and Legion of Imperialis shines, because you get that sense of scale. There's a whole army and a Titan.
Yeah, the War Master is the size of an Imperial Knight, I think. Yeah, it is. It's so big.
Wow.
It is.
That is nuts. Yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, here's like this really small scale, game, but we're still gonna have like Imperial Knight size model. Yeah.
Because I think like the Warlord is a bit bigger than a Redemptor Dreadnought, as in height.
Yep.
And the War Master is then just bigger on
which
top
still
of
big
that as well.
Yeah. Oh man, that's nuts. Because you have to remember like the size of each of even the base of the Space Marines kind of gives you a sense of scale. So yeah, that does look like the large oval base that an eye would be on.
Yeah, I'm Matt, I mean, look, there's a couple of Legions Imperialis in here, which is really awesome because um, seeing your stuff today when I was putting the pack together, and the other Legions Imperialis bits that we've got, I am so compelled by this game that I was talking on Monday about having a little bit of a break from Age of Sigmar. I think I'm going to do a little bit of Legions Imperialis because it's so epic. Pardon the pun.
It's like the scale. This having the smaller scale means you can have like an entire army in one shot like this, which just I think what it has that other armies don't have unless you go up to Apocalypse level is it has spectacle.
Yeah.
Like this army is a spectacle, and having so many units there, you get the feel of it actually looking like an army. And you know, people have had this criticism of 40k OS for a while. You know, it doesn't look, your army doesn't necessarily always look like an army. At this scale, your army always looks like an army.
Yeah. I really want to get to play some games. I've just been having fun painting them. Yeah, see, this is the thing. I want to play a game with it as well. Because one of the things I realised is you can pick your allegiance of loyalist or traitor, but then you can't have mixed Space Marines in a detachment, so like a core detachment. It has to all be the same thing. But there is no restriction on your army being one legion, so you can do like I've got a big Salamanders core, right? Because I did that video with when the box first came out. And so what I want to do is I want to finish off a decent Salamanders core, but I want to add in the what they're called, the Shattered Legions. So I want to add some Raven Guard, I want to add some Iron Hands, I want to add a little detachment of things like White Scars here and there. Just an absolute, just a lovely kind of the rainbow of them. Or I want to do like a full Siege of Terror inspired thing where we have Imperial Fists and White Scars and Blood Angels all together, and just a bunch of cool stuff. Like, yeah, I'm really into Legions Imperialis at the moment, and I think they're great, and I think you've done an exceptional job on your Thousand Sons. I've said this to you before, that your Thousand Sons read as Thousand Sons, they do not read as Blood Angels at all, which is very impressive, which I just mad respect. But the purple on that War Master, it's the Iconoclast, isn't it? That one, or is it Audax? No, that's the name of a Legio. There's Iconoclast and another one, which I can't remember the name of. Yeah, it just look really good.
Yeah, no, it's the paint job itself is really well defined. I mean, there's so many little bits on there, and I know it's a larger scale, but there's so much detail, and it's all just rendered really crisply, cleanly, great color choice. But yeah, the detail work there is fantastic.
Yeah. I also want to finish off my Legio Solaria Legion. I've got all the bits I need. Actually, no, I need another Reaver, but I've got all the bits I need. Anyway, we're getting off track. Thank you very much, Matt, for your Legions Imperialis. It looks absolutely incredible. Next up, we have the man himself. We have Flying Muttley with a submission of the it's a Cavalier Marshal, Free Guild Cavalier Marshal,
Cavalier Marshal.
Talia Vedra, the Lioness of the Parch.
I mean, probably two of like the best miniatures they've released in the last year or two. And gorgeous work on both. I really love the naturalistic style that you've gone for. The really subtle color changes. It feels very unified. There's just so much to love here.
Yeah. It's people are saying, Laminated Pigeons saying it there. How does he make unsaturated colors hit so hard? This is what we're all questioning.
Yeah, always. Every time it's just like, how does he get this naturalistic sort of desaturated look working so damn well? I mean, these are two of the most scenic models you can find, and it looks like he's cut them out from a painting.
Yeah, well, we've said it before, haven't we? It's very much taken out of Renaissance battle paintings and stuff like that.
Mm.
Turner
Yeah.
is what we've said in the past. Um,
Yeah, yeah. The color palette is kind of reminiscent of that as well.
yeah. And it's just like you said, these are two of the best miniatures that have come out in the past, I'd say, 9 months. Seas of Sigmar. It's the gift that always keeps on giving, and Flying Muttley's paintwork on it is just flawless. It's such a lovely scheme that that I don't think I could ever replicate. I don't think I could ever make it look that way because I have.
Yeah, it's always like I'm always super envious of this sort of style, especially when it's painted to like this high of a level, because it always just looks so incredible. But it's nowhere near what we've been taught as the GW style.
Yeah.
It's a completely different approach to it, so you have to kind of start from scratch. So it's daunting to relearn how to do this, or because you're almost starting from scratch because it's a completely different style. But it's just always such a great job that Flying Muttley does here, and it always feels very unified because everything's desaturated a little bit. There's more commonality between all the different colors, and there's different ways you can achieve desaturation, and sometimes it's adding a bit of one color to every color to sort of unity. And I don't know how Flying Muttley does it, but he gets that effect where everything feels like it belongs and it belongs together.
Well, you said it there.
So
it's very
these
much.
are less like.
Go on.
Oh, you go ahead. I've lost my train of thought anyway.
No, he said it there. It's very much base coat, varnish, streaking grime. But this is the thing: is you might say it is just that, but sometimes streaking grime looks like streaking grime, and these don't look like they're streaking grime.
Yeah, I would not have guessed these are streaking grime at all because, like I said, it may have that element of brown to everything, but it doesn't look like it's just been streaking grimed and then taken off. It looks like it's been incorporated and thought out through.
Yeah,
the whole thing.
That's what's so impressive about it. So you might say it is just those.
So it
is just doing base coats.
It's your color choices underneath as well that gives it this extra element. It's not just slap some streaking grime on it and call it a day. There is a lot of extra work here that you're doing.
Yeah, people call me a wizard with contrast paints. You are a wizard with streaking grime, clearly. It's just great stuff, like Muttley, honestly. Awesome. Next up, we have Kawaii Fieri with a killer boss on Greater Gnashtooth.
I mean, so much here that is just incredible. I mean, I love all the weathered down and sort of like metals, the different varieties of brown that we've got here, and bits of skin as well that's still hanging off the banner, and all the different variations from like the purples, the blues, and all the different colors there. There's so much variation, so much color, and different bits and pieces that are going on here. It's kind of difficult to know where to look because everywhere you look, there's something new and interesting to see.
Yeah. The Gnashtooth is such a lovely model for that exact thing because there's always something new to discover when you're painting it firstly, but when you're then looking at somebody else's work on it, it can be a real kind of feast for the eyes in terms of how much stuff is going on there, and I really like the way that this has been done, especially the skin of the Gnashtooth itself. You can see like the lovely sort of blending stuff that's going on here on the back of the leg. You can see it here as well on the front leg, and there on that front leg as well, underneath the grinning plate there on the knee of the Gnashtooth. It's just really nicely done. But the heads up here are particularly nice. I really like this dead flesh of the ogre head. If you're here, Kawaii Fieri, can you tell us how you did that one? Because I might have to nick it because I quite often use Griff Charger Grey and call it a day.
Yeah, there's just like a little subtle, almost like purple edge to it that either denotes it as something that's a little bit different in terms of which race it came from, but also maybe slightly decaying as well. So it really helps sell that look.
Yeah. The scare shields on this are great. They are. They're really nice. I like the yellow, red scare shield, yellow teeth, purple tongue. I like that as a combination.
Yep.
It just makes them look. It's the scare of the shield, right? It's
Yeah. Sort of big and vibrant against the sort of more naturalistic sort of tones of the skins.
Yeah, it's like laminated pigeon says there. Fantastic. No other words.
Yeah, there you go. Just scroll through the rest and just go, fantastic, great, wonderful. One word for each.
Perfect. It's really nice. I also one thing I really like here is this shock of like a bright metallic there on the shoulder.
Yeah.
It's just enough to add another it's another layer to the, because you go from the dank of the swamp to the lovely blending on the skin to the slightly more weathered nature of some parts like the levers and skin. Then you've got some really nice, pretty clean metal there, which again it just like I say, it just adds a third or fourth different kind of element to the miniature, which is just very nice. It's very nice to behold. Same here on the shoulder of the gnash tooth, just there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always impressed with how much color variation people can get into their pieces when it's, you go, oh yeah, it's just, let's paint some browns. It's like, no, but every bit is going to be thought out individually and have something different applied to it.
Yeah. No, awesome stuff. Next up, I've seen that she's in the chat, Dana. I hope that the recital went well. It was a recital, right? It was a singing. Your daughter was singing. Is that correct? I hope I've got my memory is in order. Next up, it's Dana with a big lady, a very lovely big lady. I should point out. I'm particularly a big fan of this green right here on this dress, and like the kind of the
I mean,
the what do you call that?
The greens in here, it's just masterclass in greens, I would say. And then, but also the flowers as well, like the purples and the blending that you got on the flowers and the white centers as well. I mean, they look realistic. It looks like you've just stuck flowers on there. But yeah, the really lovely sort of gorgeous sort of vibrant foliage green, and then the slightly more like toned down green that you've got for the dress there really works well paired together. It's very subtle, but really works to distinguish the two.
Yeah, it's beautiful work. Where is it? Where is the miniature?
Really, really nice.
Where does the miniature come from, Dana? Have I asked that before? Have you already said where it came from? Am I an idiot? Am I a fool?
Every time we have to ask, because they're always so unique and so wonderful to see something new.
Yeah. And do you know what? Like, when it comes to painting things like this, I envy the desire. You see what I mean? Because for me, I'm always doing it for. Like, one is for the love of painting, of course I am, but also for the love of the miniatures, and then eventually playing with the miniatures as well. Whereas
there's a purpose to Warhammer where this is just painting for the sake of painting, which is just pure joy.
Yeah, and I really love that, and that's what makes it so extra special. And also just like finding miniatures like this, like knowing what you want and going out and getting it, and then executing like this across the miniature. It's just truly
just finding like. Yeah, just finding a miniature that you go, you know what, that looks cool. I'm going to buy it and I'm going to paint it. And people go, it's like, oh, well, why? Are you going to put it in a game? It's like, no. I just really want to paint that mini because it looks cool.
Yeah. It's just because it looks cool.
Because I like painting. Like, why not? That's what you should do.
Yeah. And, like, yes, you've just done it really, really, really well, Dana. It's excellent. It's really excellent. And it's from Etsy again, right? It's a white werewolf one. Okay, cool. There we go. Now we know.
There you go.
Lovely. Awesome. Thank you so much, Dana. I don't play Warhammer. I just paint exactly that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like...
That's it.
I wish I had more time.
You don't have to. You can just buy models and paint them.
Yeah. No, I'm truly impressed by this. I think it's great. I mean, the face is excellent as well. It's got that kind of contempt in it. not contempt, but like, what would you call
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
I guess that is the right word for whatever whatever is in front of this piece that it's fixing with that withered glare.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're about to die. In a very lovely life-driven way. Flying Butler says, I always intend to just buy a model to paint and then seem to accidentally start another army. Yeah, I'm the same. Exactly the same.
I am trying, potentially in vain, to resist that call with the Seraphon that I'm doing. I'm like, just a spearhead. You don't need to have a whole army, just a spearhead. But every day, it's just like, well, but I mean,
you do need to have.
You could just buy like a crazy frog.
But you do need to have a whole army.
Do a slan.
Just Rich, just listen to me. You need to have a whole army of Seraphon. Just ignore all of your inhibitions.
We shall see. We shall see. For now, it's just a spearhead. I'm trying to be good.
I love it. Awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Dana. Incredible. Next up, we have Tuka with a very cold, unforgiving demon prince. The Prince of Demons.
Yeah, I mean, Master Class in blues as always from Tuka, and I love the pop of green here as well. Again, repeated through multiple different places. It really helps to sort of emphasize it, and it's just so vibrant as well. Like it's Tuka stuff always. Every time I see it, I sort of learn something new about how to apply sort of colors to minis, because his color choices are always so unique, but always seem to work so well. And even from just like really subtle differences between like the blue of the skin to the darker blue of the armor, and then we spoke about blues and greens together before, but here in something we haven't before, where it's such a vibrant green, that really works as an accent color against the blue.
Yeah, it's. Do you know what when I looked at it, I was like, "Oh my god, I'm back in Icewind Dale."
Yep.
No, not Icewind Dale again.
I mean, it's funny as well. Like the fabric behind that you photographed against makes it look like it's raining or like snowing in the background, because that texture on the fabric.
Yeah. That's it. I hadn't noticed that. Just oh my goodness me. I mean, like, I love it. I love it very much. And I love that it's like the consistent blue is all the way through as well. Like it's very, the blue is the main theme here, and like that it's just really well executed. That because there's even hints of blue within the sword, so it's very much a manifestation of Tzeentchian proportions. But then you've got that kind of the warp fire, the green warp fire that's there. That's like they're just sitting there, like as you said, like as that kind of that spot color almost. And usually blue and green should never be seen, but as has been often demonstrated by Tale of Many Warhipsters, people like Tuka, is that blue and green should always be seen, to be honest, because you guys always seem to just absolutely crush this as a combination.
Well, it's always about, I feel like, what's been sort of demonstrated across this entire series is that any color choice can work if you put enough effort into it, and each color is justified. And here, there's storytelling elements to the color because it's that sort of warp fire, like you said. But it's also, because it is so vibrant, it works to help offset against the blue. Because if they were very close and very similar together, you might lose one from the other, and then it might not work as a spot color. But here, it really helps to offset the blue, and it almost helps you sort of zone in on the important parts of the media that your eye is drawn to. So yeah, it's always about why you're choosing color, not just what the color is.
Yeah, definitely. I love it too. It's great. It's really, I'm getting cold just looking at it. Yes. Actually, I'm just going to give myself another quick blast.
Goosebumps.
Of the lovely fan. It's very warm in my room tonight. It's very, very warm. Lovely. Anyway, next up we have James Matthias right here with the Flame Seekers and the Commandos. So we have some Walkright and we have some Kill Team up for your perusal today. And let me just start by saying, James, that this is the first time I've seen the Flame Seekers like in the wild. I think like the full lot of Flame Seekers, and I absolutely love them. Like, I've never paid too close attention to them. I've always ever seen like a couple of the models. I think they look great, man. Honestly, these are just absolutely fantastic models. Yeah. You've really sold them to me. Because they're beautiful.
It's really, really lovely. I love the difference of skin tones that you've got, but there's also like really like rosiness to the skin tones as well. That the extra warmth in there that helps because of the Flame Seekers. I love the transitions you've got in the hair as well. Obviously, how clean everything is as well, and then going into Orc Commandos as well. Again, everything's really clean. It's almost got like an element of cartooniness in a good way, as in like it's come from like a comic, because the colors are so quite clean, well defined, but they're not like over the top. They all work together really well. Like seeing these two next to each other side by side, it feels like this is like a White Dwarf article that we're looking at. Like obviously how you compose them, but also how well they're done. Like everything is just so well done and themed within each set.
I was going for Saturday morning cartoon with the orcs. I can see that.
There you go. I said it looked like cartoonish or like comic. So you've absolutely nailed that.
Yeah, I think the best parts of that like really accentuate kind of that. There's that. I guess you'd call it like that 90s Warhammer aesthetic with the blue and the red.
It's 90s, but like slightly toned down a bit, because 90s sometimes the colors were a bit disjointed.
Yeah.
Here they all work together.
Yeah. Dwarf with a spear.
Just like toned down just enough so that they, all make sense together.
Yes. Yeah, there is dwarf with a spear, although it is still like an axe shape. So it's more of a, what would you call it? More of a glaive, isn't it? I don't know.
If it's got like, it's not trident, because trident has 3 trines, but it's something with 2 trines maybe. I don't know.
A trident. I mean, like, look, the Commandos kit, I think, is one of those ones that just it's such a good set of models for the orcs, and like it's got so much potential within it in terms of like the various different models that you can build and paint out of it, and like there's just a ton of opportunity for really cool stuff with the Commandos, and like you always see slightly different.
Yeah, there's so much character to that kit. It's like, you don't need to do anything to it because it's just oozing with personality.
Yeah, it's an absolute dream, and like from the bomb squig to the ammo runt to the burner boy to the actual knob who's got the power claw and this, that, and the other, is there's so much to love about that kit. That it's just and like when you see it executed as perfectly here as James has done, it shows you just how characterful it is. So you've captured the character of it. You've also thrown in, like you said, going for that kind of cartoonish, that 90s, was it 90s cartoon vibe? Is that what you said? And
Saturday morning cartoons.
Saturday morning cartoons. There you go. But it's a brilliant showcase of what the kit is capable of. But I also think the same for the Flame Seekers. The way you've thrown in kind of little black elements here and there in the hair speaks to a level of patience and care, which is just excellent to behold. It's very, very cool.
Also, I think like James is quickly becoming an expert in these little sets of teams, but all having a very cohesive theme about them. So the Flame Seekers all feel very cohesive and paired together, and he's gone for a certain theme. And then again, the Commandos, it's a different theme because he's trying out something new, trying a different style, but they all feel very cohesive and very themed together. So, and for every warband that he's done, it all feels the same. They've all got their own separate theme, which I think is a great way to sort of try something new, but also you pick a theme, you paint 5-10 models with it, and then you move on, you pick the next theme, paint 5-10 models with it. It's a really great and fun way to paint.
Yeah. Oh, he's such a... You're all so talented. You're so disgracefully talented. Don't know why you're even looking up my painting videos. Get out of here. No, honestly, James, excellent work. Just, I can't wait to see you paint Usharan. I'm sad that Tales is ending. Can you wait until we start the next one?
I'm sure we'll be able to see it in the meantime with whatever we do.
Yeah.
Or just post it on the Discord so we can all see it.
Yes.
And we'll,
Yeah, 100%.
whenever we do the interim thing, we'll maybe go and have a look for it.
To be James, you don't have to wait. You could do whatever you like. You live,
or just take your time with it, and then spread it out over a long period of time, and then finish it just before we need it.
Next Tales session in December will be models galore. Everyone holding back their models. Yeah, God, I hadn't thought about that. First Tales, we're back. We're now doing the Tales on a new stream time on a Sunday because it's going to take 9 hours.
Yeah.
Awesome. Next up, we have Eron with a Virtus. No, is it a Virtus? It is a Virtus Praetor, isn't it?
Virtus Praetor, I believe.
It's a shield captain on Virtus Jetbike. I know it's a shield captain.
That's one.
Yep. Because I remember that, and also you can tell from the cloak, because and the shield on the top.
Gotcha.
Now we really enjoy your choice of green, Eron, because it's an absolutely beautiful green, and like I said, we also really enjoy your kind of dark blue black. But shield captain on Dawn Eagle Jetbike. There you go, people. You guys are the best. Best community ever. Also, I thank you all for the nice comments. I really appreciate it. It's because we really appreciate
Anytime.
you. We appreciate everything everybody does.
Yeah.
You guys are amazing. You're absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's a joy every month to look at these minis. So, this is it's going to be sad after tonight that this is the finale. This has been the highlight of each month to come and see the minis you guys have submitted. It's been wonderful.
Exactly. But we're not going to get melancholic. We've still got 20 more to go. But so yeah, the cloak comes from the Custodian Guard, right? That's where that one's come from. Or have I completely misplaced that? Because I didn't know it could fit.
I couldn't say. I haven't put these together, but you have. But all the stuff we said for your previous models applies here. Incredible eye spacing, which you've told us to do before. The green is so lovely and vibrant, which really offsets the gold really nicely. The little lightning on the tip of the spear as well is lovely. And then even the little bits of white that you got on the Dawn Eagle jet bike work really nicely to offset against the black and then the golds and the greens. So yeah, everything is just working really well here.
Yeah. Alec Man has just pointed out what I was about to say. The white feathers on the front here are exceptional. Because of the
really
shading
crisp and clean.
Yeah, the shading around the eagle on the front, the Dawn Eagle, one would assume, on the Dawn Eagle jet bike, is really well done. But then you've got you've got a little bit more darkness in there, but then you've got that shock of white against it, which absolutely just it completely straight draws your eye. But it's so natural within there. It's not disjointed within the rest of the scheme. And it's just brilliantly well done. Blush, thank you. As a cool factor mini, these are so rad, but as a game piece, that spear is a hazard. I know. I don't know why they decided in this box there would be one that would just be like, spear straight up. Yeah, cool. We didn't want to
Yeah,
transport
sure,
it
why
anyway.
not? Yeah, but hey, if it looks cool, it looks cool.
The cloak from the guard, wings of the Vexilla. Oh yes, of course, because those bits there on the behind the white, this bit here, that's not on the model either.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, that's such a nice little detail to add.
Yeah, just these extra little bits to make it a little bit more special because it's the captain.
Yeah. No, that's great. I really like it, man. It's great stuff. Awesome.
Yeah, wonderful stuff.
Next up, we have Ricky Drinks Paint with one that I'm sure Mr. Gwatkin has many words to say about.
I mean, yeah, this is brilliant. Always love to see a lot of stuff. Ricky does a great job of it. Always, I find loads of depth to his work in terms of like the depth of color they get, great shadows and shading in there, and detail work. The red on Sheila was obviously fantastic, but also like the faces that he's got on Frodo and Sam there is detail that I have not yet been able to attempt. But yeah, it's brilliant work here.
It's a speeder, Mr. Frodo. I mean, this is some classic Lord of the Rings right here, isn't it? Do they still make this one?
It really
Or
is.
is it metal?
They do. I can't remember if it's metal or resin these days, because they still do some in metal and some have moved to fine cast. But I do believe this is still available. And yeah, classic model.
And does it come with the Sam and Frodo?
I believe so. I believe you buy them as one set.
Okay. Because I know this one. I do remember it. But I didn't know if this was like, what would you call it? Not made to order, but it's out of the production at the moment.
Yeah, they do circle some out and back in again with made to orders, but I feel like this one should still be available on the website. I believe it may go in and out of stock, but I believe they come as a set of 3. I could be wrong there.
That and Chaos Vehicles with all those spikes, and let us not forget the Metal Dreadnought. Ah, yes, Metal Dreadnought. Joe, I do have a Metal Balrog somewhere. I'm not sure if I have all the pieces for it.
Oh wow!
But I do have a Metal Balrog, and that thing is heavy. Kill him.
Damn, yeah. I mean, I've got a plastic one, and already that's not cumbersome enough. But a metal one is, wow.
Ricky's in the chat and says, "Thank you, everyone. Yeah, it's metal, an absolute nightmare to build, and had to pin all the legs. Almost had a brain aneurysm."
Yeah, I mean, I do love Shelob and the model, and rules are also great as well. I've looked at doing like a Kirathongal army a number of times, but one of the things that puts me off is these old metal models, because they can be a bit of a hassle to build.
Oh man, it doesn't look like a metal model. I mean, because sometimes metal models look very much like a metal model. If you look at an old fine cast Space Marine, right? A fine cast Space Marine was at one point a metal Space Marine. And you look at them and you go, yeah, this definitely looks like a fine cast model. Something like Brother Corbulo is a great example. Used to be a metal model, then became a fine cast model. Every so often, though, there will be a model that is metal that doesn't look like a metal model for some reason. And it's generally because it came in more pieces. Spot weld the legs on.
Oh god, yeah. Probably get a better one that way.
Yeah, because usually it comes from them being in. If it's a metal model, it's in multiple pieces and not just like 2 pieces. That generally indicates that it is a better quality. Of course, no instructions and all the legs bent out of place. Well, I mean, naturally, there are no instructions for metal models. Why would you need them?
Yeah, and back then they didn't publish any instructions. It was like, here is your model, have fun.
Yeah.
How does it go together? I don't know, you decide.
It's the hobbyist's choice. But you've done a really
Yeah, yeah.
exceptional job on it, man. And it's Shelob's quite a difficult one, obviously, because it's mostly a black spider with a bit of red. But you've got a really nice kind of set of highlights and shading going on within the black for it to have enough variation within it for it to not just look like black with a bit of red, which is very impressive. But the moor is very good. The red looks really nice. It's very natural, and it just blends really nicely with what Shelob is. And is it Shelob or is it Shelob? It's Shelob, isn't it?
Shelob, yeah.
Just excellently well done. But another feather in your cap would be the flesh color you've got there on Frodo. That's really, really well done. It's not like he's not healthy.
Yeah.
He's very, very pale there.
Yeah. And the webs that he's surrounded with look suitably, sticky and icky and gross out enough as they should.
She jabs them with her stinger, and they go as limp as a boned fish. Ah, is the full line.
That's the one.
It's just great. Really well done, Ricky. Lovely stuff. Right, we must move on to the next individual, who is going to be Viking Minis 50, who has we have another cavalcade of miniatures. We have the Dark Oath War Chief, we have the Chieftain on Warsteed, and we have the Wilderfiend is its name. Just about got there. See, earlier on when I said the name will just be there when I get there, that's what just happened there. See?
Yeah.
Sometimes
you just start and then it comes out.
Yeah, sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't. You win some, you lose some. That's the trick.
Stunning work here. The work that you've done on all the blades and all the metal there, incredible blending, incredible, non-metallic metal work. But even the blending on the Wilderfiend as well, really nice. There's some really subtle blends in there that really worked really well. And then all the details that you've got on the heads, the 7 heads on that he's carrying on his horse. Even the skulls and the bases, everything it's working really well together, and it's all really well defined and really sort of well shaded. Stunning work.
Yeah, the skin tone up here on this guy on the top right is particularly lovely.
Yeah, and you can see even underneath all the detail, there's still a load of definition that you painted in there in these sort of the abs underneath all the strap work.
Yeah, you got little tattoo works going on here. Got on the pectoral there, and on the brow, just there on the red one. Or it might be war paint, but
yeah.
It's just excellently well
It's
done.
just
and the Wilderfiend.
there's so much cool detail.
Wilderfiend or Wilderfiend? What are we saying? I think it's Wilderfiend because it's the Wildercore hunter.
Let's go with Wilderfiend. Yeah, that makes sense, and we'll go with that until someone tells us otherwise.
Yeah, because it's I really, when I was filming the video for it, I was like, I think people are going to make fun of me if I get this wrong, but I just went with Wilderfiend, even though it's spelt
people
wild.
Still disagree about how to pronounce some pretty core names in 40k. So go with whatever your heart desires.
True. And as people have pointed out in the chat, the non-metallic metal here is showing off, quite frankly. Viking Minis 50.
Yeah.
Just, you've got to leave some talent for everybody else. This is a community.
Well, one could be say he's just showing us and leading the way so that we can attempt to try it, but nowhere in a million years are we getting near this.
Yeah.
At least I'm not. This is, stunning work.
I love as well that he's done the war paint on the war steed's neck. Because I didn't do that in the end. I was like, no, I didn't want to do it. But I really like how that's done. And then also on the piece of armor just there on the war steed is just excellently. It's just perfectly done, executed with perfection. And for everything else, there's MasterCard.
Yeah. And for everything else, there's streaking grime.
And for everything else, there's streaking grime. Yeah, exactly. It's great stuff.
But you don't need it.
Yeah. Viking Minis 50 always blows it out of the park. Phenomenal painter. I could not agree more. Ricky drinks paint. Yeah, just excellent. Next up, we have Plops of Corn with some War Dogs, who said these are still drying when he sent the photos. He's getting him in right at the death. I mean, there was still a whole other day, but that's fine.
Yep. There's so much here that I love. Like, there's so many like little details. I mean, even like the bits of like where the teeth is coming out of like the metal at the just above the head. It looks like you painted in such a way where it's like the metal is aged, but it almost looks like the teeth have been welded on. You've given that little discoloration, which is so very cool. I adore the bases. There's so much storytelling going on there. It looks like they're in a sort of post-apocalyptic sort of overgrown sort of wasteland that is, all the flowers and the grass has started to grow over, and it just really works, and it works well, especially then because you've got that age reflected in the metal there as well, so they match really well together, as well as the colors that you've chosen sort of reflecting in the bases and in the color scheme that you got here. There's a lot of cohesion in here. It really works together.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's got a Nergleth bent to it, but not so much so that it couldn't be anything else. You see what I mean? It's not so vibrantly.
Yeah. But yeah, like a subtle hint towards Nurgle.
Yeah.
Without, boils and pustules and all that sort of stuff. It's, there's a bit of green in here and there's decay, but it's, not fully diseased yet.
Yeah, there's some truly excellent rust work going on here on the base and on the hook on the end of the chain blade as well. And also the verdigris in the chain cannon. On the right.
I mean, the weathering on the metal here is top notch.
That's what I was trying to go for, so thank you guys. Oh, you're very welcome. They're not so, like I said, they're not so placed within the Death Guard. Let's just call it the Death Guard for the sake of argument. They're not so placed in the Death Guard that it's like, definitely Death Guard. It's nice because it's like, there's a bit of a Nurgle bent to it, but not too much of a Nurgle bent to it. So it could be literally anything else. It could just be heraldic color. Could be Nurgle aligned. It's just a really nice subtle shade of green. What is the green you've used there? How have you done it, Plops of Corn? Share your secrets with us.
Tell us your secrets.
Yes. Oh, also the kind of the heat points here on the stabilizers on the back.
But then also like the little lovely touch of blue there as well to give that sort of offset of color. I think where it works really well.
Yeah. Oh, that's very nice. It's very nice. Yeah, not Death Guard, but could be friends or neighbors. Yeah, exactly.
100%.
I like it. I like it a lot. Speaking of green, Deathworld Forest and Nurgling Green, I think. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, speaking of green, how's this for a segue? We have Ice Phoenix with a Salamander's Hammer Hall bunker.
Nice.
Hammerfall bunker. Where did I get Hammer Hall from? Oh God, Age of Sigmar, get out of here! This is 40k.
I mean, a lovely smooth Salamander's green there really catches that vibe, and then just the red and the white on the missiles really captures your eye there as well. So clean, so nicely done there. Obviously, the metal works really great as well, and I love that you've still got that little bit of discoloration from like the heat discoloration on the ends of either the melters or flamers coming out the side there. Really nice.
Yeah, I never got a Hammerfall bunker, and I haven't seen many of them done. But now I've seen this one, I want one. And I want it now. Because it's really cool.
Yeah. I also have to say, like, the more you keep on looking at it, the more details you find from all the little extra, like, red dots you find around, but also just how impressive the metalwork actually is, where there's some really subtle shading in there in terms of different colors of metal, sort of like a slightly more colder, sort of almost bluish one versus a more sort of bronze one in there, and they sort of sit next to each other in a really, really lovely way, where it makes it feel like more realistic rather than, everything is just, one color of metal. It's like, no, there's different sort of levels and overlapping bits in there, and it's also really just a really lovely dark sort of metal that you've got there, which, I mean, if you tell us how you achieve that, because it's such a sort of like almost like deep, dark, cold, menacing sort of metal color, which not easy to achieve.
Yeah. Dave just put that's some green that Baldric would be proud of. This Hammerfall bunker is a nugget of purest green. The more you say Hammerhall bunker, the more I want to try making that a real thing. Be my guest, please do. Just a bunker full of
someone will make it.
Just a bunker full of Castellant lights. Chaos would run in fear of that. I really like. I mean, one of my favorite things here, right, is that this kind of subtle metallic that's going on right here around the joint on the large launcher.
Yeah.
But you then have this lovely spot of the red with the white tips on the missiles, which is just so good. I just really like that as another mini that doesn't have a base and no one complained about because it can't pivot, Dan. Doesn't need 30 pages of an FAQ about its pivot moves that it has to make.
Yep.
No, it's just really, really nice, man. Like, again, I've never wanted one, but now I do, and I want to paint a Blood Angels one. But he's rotating. The metal is Josh's formula for black Necron metal, Iron Warriors, Black Templar, Iron Hand Steel. That's lovely.
There you go. A really, really great choice there to go for that sort of dark Necron metal. Really works well.
It's really nice. It's what do you call it? Is it ionized metal? Is that the right word? Ionized metal? Is that what they say?
It sounds right, so we could just go with that.
I want to say ionized or iodized. Someone will know.
Yeah.
No, it's really lovely. Thank you very much, Fabian. Next up, we have Laminated Pigeon with Groggles, the Nurgling. That's the right name, right? We also have a Death Guard. And
now.
We also have another one for his home chapter over on the left side. It's descended from the Salamanders, almost like a planet.
There you are.
Did I get that right? Laminated Pigeon, it is Groggles, right? Or have I completely misremembered and I've given it my own name?
Well, whether or not it is Groggles, it's a brilliant colour scheme. I don't know why people don't do them more in pink and this sort of purple. It's very reminiscent of like a little mischievous demon in that sort of like reddish sort of pink that you've got it there. But absolutely suits the miniature.
Groggles, he says, not Groggles. Sorry.
Groggles.
That's my bad.
Gotcha. Groggles is his, half stepbrother or something.
Groggles is the version I'll make, like the Pro Evo version. I really like your Death Guard scheme. So you said in your thing that this was your original scheme, right, for your homebrew chapter? Have I got that correct? Doomfire Magenta, your beloved color. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lovely paint, isn't it, Doomfire Magenta? I rarely ever use it or find cause to use it. Little nod to your Blood Angels on the base, Josh. Oh no. Oh no. Damn it! Why am I this is like Celestial Vindicators all over again. Everyone just being like, let's murder the Celestial Vindicators.
Yeah. Or people, building Be'lakor and just being like, yeah, we're just going to put Josh's models as the dead ones on the base. Just move past that.
Oh, it's all good. I like it. No, it's great. I mean, what's the bit on the tip of the horn on Google's? What colour is that? It's really nice. I was told the other day my current scheme looks like denim, and I'm all here for it. Does it? Yeah, I can see a little bit of a hint of that. It's Luxion purple. So is that Luxion purple over the top of Doomfire magenta? Because it's straight over the magenta. Yeah. Okay. It's a really nice colour. That.
Yeah.
That to me,
it's really great to see like how when you like layer two contrast paints, they can having that sort of brighter one showing through really kind of create something new that rather than just putting the purple over straight Wraithbone or something.
Yeah, because it looks to me like the perfect colour for something like Celestial Warbringers. So that's something for me to think about. But yeah, I mean, it's great. It's really good, and props to you for using the Blood Angels as your basing material. I like it, man. It's really nice. I love that. It's great.
Yeah.
Ignore how psychopathic he is with a dual-bladed chainsword. Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Do what you want.
Perfectly normal. We don't bat an eyelid.
I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
It's love the extra conversion work. I know I should probably do more of it now. But growing up, I used to just make the most bonkers thing that I could and put it all together, and then go, yes, let's come up with some rules for this. Yeah. And I should probably do that more often rather than just doing stuff that's suitable for tournaments. Just come up with a bonkers mini and go, yes, here we go, we'll paint this.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Warhammer's all about, right? It's wargaming.
Yeah.
Having fun with your miniatures, which this definitely is, Laminated Pigeon, and I'm absolutely here for it. Can we have more Adventures of Groogles? Can we have that? Is that something we're allowed?
I feel like there's like a whole chapter of lore all around Groogles for that.
I feel like there's a web series in the making.
Yep.
Yeah, no, lovely stuff. Really like it. Awesome. Next up, we must move on. Next up, we have Frost Pills with some more Legions Imperialis. We have some Emperor's Children here. We have quite a lot of Legions Imperialis here. So we've got some Predators, got some Kratos in the back. I think it's Kratos or it's Sicarans. Can't quite remember. We've got a bunch of infantry, got some Rhinos in here. We've got the core detachment, basically. We've got HQ, Terminators, Assault Marines, and so on and so forth. Again, I'm just really into it. Legions Imperialis at the moment because I think it's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, there's such a scale to them. But yeah, these look great. The purple that you've got there is so smooth, really lovely color. I really like that you've gone for like that almost like sandy or like stone color underneath them to offset and really help that purple stand out. I think that's a really smart choice. And then you've got that lovely sort of warm gold to work with them as well. Tick all across the board.
Yeah. There's such a nice scheme as well for Legions Imperialis. Because the purple just pops at that scale. It's very, very good. I love the purple guy. You're also a madman for Ozbill. I go crazy trying to paint all those minis. I can barely see the 28mm ones. Yeah, man. That's me when I was doing it last.
Oh yeah, you definitely are a madman for sure. There is the details on these are tiny.
See you later, Laminated Pigeon. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you very much for your submission. Thanks for being here for the finale of Tale of Many Warhipsters.
Yeah,
I love it. So yeah, it's like I said, great choice for the Emperor's Children. Adam did the same thing. He went for Emperor's Children on Legions Imperialis because he was like, it should really work at that scale, and it really does. It looks great. An Emperor's Children armies in Legions of in Horus Heresy, they just look so good because there's not really a famous chapter of the first founding other than them. The famous Legion, I should say, with purple as the main color. Especially this tone of purple. I love this tone of purple for Emperor's Children.
Yeah, it's really lovely and rich.
Yeah. And of course,
almost a little bit regal, which suits them with the Emperor in their name.
As well it should be for the Emperor's Children. The only ones allowed to wear the eagle, and then everyone was. I need my magnifying glasses to see the minis, and I have to have a really nice source of light, otherwise it is a no-go. Colonel, I'm getting that way at times. Then I realise I desperately need to clean my glasses, is usually what happens.
Yep.
Anyway, next up we have, speaking of, Cameron is in the chat saying big up the best Legion. Well, Cameron is up next with a Stormstrike Chariot.
Nice. I mean, are the Griff Hounds on the front, or Griff something on the front?
They're Griff Chargers.
Whatever they are. Griff Chargers, that's one. I knew they were Griff something. But yeah, I love the blending work that you've done there. The transition from the brown to that sort of very light sort of yellow or pale beige, then the stripes across the back, and then blending back into the brown across the tail. Superb work. Really, really nice. And then just, really lovely, crisp, clean work on the Stormcast as well. It's great stuff.
Yeah, it's a lovely model, this one, and you've done it really, really well as well. Because it's not easy to paint this one, because it is a little bit, it's a push fit. It's a push fit model, so I build it in a single assembly, of course. So to
that sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, but the blending here we've got on the front flank is excellent. The gold is nice, just perfect Hammers of Sigmar gold. Got a really lovely royal blue going on there. The red is always a lovely pop. I love Stormcast Eternals, as you know. Always a big fan of Stormcast Eternals. Love to see them. Always wanted to. One day we're going to do a Tale of Many Stormcast. I'm just telling you out there. As everybody's just in case
there's enough of them. To be fair, I reckon there's enough of them out there that we could do a separate Tale of Many Usherans and a Tale of Many Ionuses as well, Cryptborns.
A Tale of Many Cryptborns. Yeah, we could do that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, just especially the Dark Griffin heads. Yeah, exactly. And the beaks look really good. What did you do for the beaks? Did you look at my video, Cameron? Because the beaks look better than my one. I prefer your beaks. I like it by a substantial amount. And the shading here on the back wheel is really nice as well. It's really good.
Even the cloaks as well. Lovely transition from like that kind of pale white into quite a deep recess as well. Very nice.
Yeah. It wasn't that bad for me. I didn't glue my Griff Chargers to the chariot.
Lovely contrast.
Riders, so I could just easily pop them off and paint them all separately. Yeah, I mean, I didn't do that, Alec, man. I did it all as I did in the video. Just Griff Charger grey, highlighted with Corax white, I think it was. Oh, you've done a really good job. Like, the beaks look sharp.
There you go.
In a really nice way. So, yeah, I prefer yours. I might have to go back in and add some white to mine. You've inspired me. I like it. I also really like this this striping you've got down here on the front of the markings. It's just really good. Excellent. Well done, Cameron.
Yeah.
It's not an easy miniature to paint. Like the chariot gets a little bit congested as well with the two crew on it. So yeah, well done, good stuff. Next up we have Alaric with 4 submissions. So we have more of the Dungeons and Dragons. Do correct me if I'm wrong. Well, firstly, the easy one for me to remember is Balthanos and the Spirit of Durthu.
I mean, Spirit of Durthu is still up there with like some of my favorite miniatures. Just big tree man with a big sword, just so cool. Expertly done here. I love the contrast between the dark and the white sort of woods, that like heartwood and sapwood. Big sword, always great. And then the the dark sort of red. It just gives it that menacing feel, and then same across with Belfast, exactly the same sort of styles of colors. I love the shininess of the black that you've got there.
Mm-hmm.
That's very, very cool. And then we've got the skeletons down the bottom, and then body horror to the right. Also great.
The Rataclism.
And very well painted.
It's from that Animal Adventures Bad Guys. There it is.
Gotcha. So is this what the D&D dogs go up against?
It must be. Which is terrifying for those cute little puppers.
Yeah, very much would be. Have an adventure down in the sewers and run into this guy.
I love your Sylvaneth too, Alaric. People are saying they love your Sylvaneth in the chat. Your Sylvaneth are excellent. It's a great scheme. Your
Inspired choice.
Your Belfast looks exceptional. I just echo exactly what Mr. Quatkin just said there. The kind of the petroleum black is what I was trying to do with mine, and you appear to have done it better than I did, based on this bit, the kind of the very tip of the wing here, which I'm not jealous at all.
It's got such a lovely sheen to it.
Yeah, it's a lovely sheen to it. And then the body horror of the Rataclism is horrible. in the best ways.
Yep.
But it's horrible. I'm uncomfortable looking at it. No, great stuff, Alaric. You're very kind, but it is just your scheme. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you go ahead and do it better than I do.
Yeah.
Term says, I gotta say, this stream has kept my sanity. One more model and I'll finish assembling the unit of 20 death rattle skeletons. Oof, well done. Well done.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's
very, very nice.
That's not an easy thing. That's not an easy thing to do, building those. Because I built 10 and I wanted to throw the other sprue out. I haven't, because I need to build them as well. But no.
They are very cool models, though. So once they're built, then they're done, and you can just admire them. They'll are worth it in the end, because they are some of the very cool sculpts that they've got for Soulblight.
Yeah. Next up, we actually have Croatoan. It's almost like I planned this.
Hey. Got the segues working really well.
Yeah. We have Sakar, the Fang of New Lamia, and we have the White King on Skeletal Steed.
Very nice. I mean, first couple of things that I notice is love the striping that you've got on the snake there, and also the texture that you've got into the metallics on the White King, especially at the front there with the different sort of blots of silver that you've got there, give it that sort of mottled effect. Very, very cool. And then on both, really lovely blending work and sort of highlights on the red cloaks, which are a lovely deep red color.
Yeah. The snake striping that you've done is particularly good.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
Like, it is just perfect.
Yeah. And I love the tone you've managed to get out with the armor of Sakar. Because again, it's just, I mean, it's a lovely model, that one. It's insane, and it doesn't really fit any of the other vampires, which is why I like it so much. Because I love that all the
they definitely
vampires...
went kind of like, I feel like all the vampires they brought out were, they just did one big brainstorm party of what type of vampires they could do, and then rather than narrowing them down, they just said, yes, let's do everything.
What design language do we want for the vampires? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, like you were saying...
We'll have a centaur vampire? Yes. We'll have a werewolf vampire? Yes. We'll have a snake lady vampire? Yes. Just yes, yes, yes.
For the most part, I followed your guide. I was just missing the Flesh Tearers red, so I just used Corn red. No, it really works. This is one of the things I'm always a little bit like...
Lovely red as well.
One of the things I'm a little bit kind of hesitant with the videos is, at some point, I mean, I will start doing it, but like, is actually just incorporating more basin layers into it when it's probably necessary to do that. And I mean, if you're following my video and you're getting results exactly like that, then you're proving that the concept works, right? So it's really nice. So I'm glad I could help. But you executed, as I said, as we were just saying to Alaric. You can follow the video, but you got to execute. You execute, and it looks incredible. Really well done.
And even if you do follow a video, there's always artistic choices to be made, like a way you apply a paint, or the way you put the highlights, or like if you go a little bit thinner or thicker, or whether you change a color up slightly, like you did here. There's always your own input. It's not just coloring in as per the instructions. There is, it is a tutorial, but it is just more guidelines rather than strict rules, and there's always choices that you have to make still.
Yeah. And I echo what you said about the skeletals. The texture in that silver right there is gorgeous. It's really nice. It's a lovely model, that one. I want to paint one. I'm going to paint one very soon for a Patreon.
I do love the Soul Blight range. I think the updated models that they've brought out are just so nice.
Yeah. It's great. Good stuff, Grot. Well done for building the Death Rattle skeletons to accompany them. But for now, we must move on to our next next participant, which is... I could run a game show, but our next participant is Forge Father Hastan with, quite frankly, an astonishing amount of Imperial Knights painted, as well as some Cities of Sigmar Imperial Guard over here.
That's a great conversion.
I'm assuming that they're Imperial Guard.
I know you're not a massive fan of AOS and 40k crossover conversions, but here it absolutely works. I think that's a fantastic sort of crossover there, and at first I was like, they're obviously these models, and like I didn't ping in for a moment that they were actually conversions because they just work so well together. And then you're up to your name of Forge Father by painting all the knights as well, which again, great color scheme.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the thing is, like, if it doesn't immediately read as an Age of Sigmar model, then it's achieved what it was meant to. Which is what
Yeah, it's not an AOS model with a gun. It is an Imperial Knight regiment that looks a bit different.
Yeah. Those armigers are a couple of years old, though. The main event is the Big Knight I finally finished. Ah, well, there you go. So, the Big Knight... Oh, sorry, just readjusting my legs. My old legs. The Big Knight looks great. And, now have the Knight to lead his squires.
There he goes.
Is that some freehand on the Knight shield? Is that freehand on the Knight shield? If it is, that's obnoxiously good.
If it is, it's absolutely fantastic. I would guess maybe transfer, but very cleanly done. And also, I would want to give a special shout out to like the metallic blue that you got on there. It's a really lovely sort of. I'm assuming that's maybe contrast paint over a metallic, because if not, if that's just a color that you painted on straight from the pot, that's fantastic. Really, really lovely shiny blue.
It is a really nice tone of blue. It's like perfect Grey Knights blue. It's a decal that you made. How did you do that?
Oh wow!
Did you print it yourself?
Did you just like print it off, or? Very cool.
Let us know.
My initial thought was maybe you like took it from like a high elf old decal kit or something like that. But yeah, if you made it yourself, wow, great stuff.
Yeah, I love a shiny knight. A bright shiny knight. It's great. It's just very. They're very.
Especially for the Imperial Knights as well.
Yeah. The blue is AP metallic, elven armor. Well, there you go.
Oh, there you go. I was convinced it had to be like at least like two coats of something, like one thing over the other. But if that's just straight from the pot of a different color, yeah, that's fantastic.
I like it. I like it a lot. It's cool. And yeah. Tell me, please. I've been looking for a way to make custom decals. I need them for my Cities of Sigmar army. Yeah, I mean, you can see that the decals are appearing there. The same dragon
Yeah.
on that shield just there, which is really cool. No, I like it. Like I said, are you printing them out yourself? Is there a place that makes custom decals? Let us know. Next up, we have Black Dog Minis. He has a name, doesn't he? But I can't remember what it is.
I want to say it's like Mozgrob something, maybe.
It's a colossal.
I forget the whole name, but it's something. Yeah, it's a colossal squig. But this is with this paint scheme. I'm assuming it's the special character version of it. But I feel like it's Mozgrob or something like that. But I can't remember exactly. Mozrog.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Mozrog.
So yeah, it's the.
Says Steven. It's his model.
I think it was something with an S.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, this is gorgeous though.
Yeah. The shark skin, the partition going along the central line between the underbelly and the I guess the back of it is just expertly done, man. Like, this guy's a pain to kill on the tabletop.
But also, but there's so many incredible details here. So yeah, the partition between the sort of more paler part and the grey is great, but there's so many parts where there's just a hint of pink put in either to the edges around where the white skin is, or on little bits onto the scales there as well. You've got those deeper recesses like the deeper green and the orc skin, lots of great details in the metals. You've got that, I'm assuming, freehand sort of like tattoo pattern across the armor. The white armor looks really great, and it's kind of this like smooth matte as if it's been, the orcs actually painted it. Then you got great variation of the metals. Basing's great. There's so much like great detail and texture and variety and color that you put in here, that you can really tell that you've really taken the extra mile here, and it's paid off. It's
the eye.
There's some
the
parts
squig.
where it's just flawless. Yeah.
The eye of the squig, the teeth, the inside of the mouth, just all look incredible. Thanks, everyone. Very pleased with this one.
Yeah.
Well, you should be. It's very, very good. What colours are you using, out of interest, for the shark skin? Because I've got one of these to paint, and I have ideas, but it's always nicer to get some help every once in a while. Yeah. It's just really good. I mean, yeah, awesome stuff. I mean, the base is really cool as well. This is like that use of detritus there.
I will say as well, Forge Father has given some instructions on how to do decals. So for people that were looking for it, go and check that. It looks like it's an inkjet printer on a special decal paper, and then some extra processing after that. But yeah, back to this. I mean, this is just stunning. No other words for it, really. Just stunning.
I knew I was going to sneeze again. It's been there for the last hour.
Comes back around.
Oh, and that one was like sometimes when you sneeze. Does anyone else do this? You sneeze so hard that you tense your shoulder and it hurts? Or is that just being 33?
Yep. Like, sneezing always like hurts a different part of your body when you do it. You can't just sneeze normally.
Do you know, once I sneezed so hard that it hurt my shoulder. It's just something that seems to happen. But it hurt my shoulder so much that I nearly passed out from the sneeze, which was quite funny as a sequence.
I think I remember, because you told the story about passing out from sudden pain, unexpected pain before, so you just sneeze and then pass out.
Yeah. Awesome stuff, Black Dog Minis. Thank you very much, Stephen. It's great. He's checking his notes to tell us how he did the skin, so we'll find out, and we won't steal your secrets, promise. Next up, we have Craig, who has another Mortarion for us. It's our second Mortarion. Unexpected Mortarion here. And what we have is a truly excellent set of wings is what I was immediately drawn to when I saw this the first time. It's that
Yeah.
lovely blend from that sort of bluey grey out into the papery.
I really love it blend. There's so much of that that sort of like grey green over this. It's kind of, it feels like it's almost like wading through it. It's like you've almost created this atmosphere around it where it feels like everything around him has been touched by this sort of almost like haze of green that he's sort of emanating from him. So it's very atmospheric. You really captured that really well here.
Yeah, it's really, really, really well done.
It's spewing forth out of the top and is infected and like spread across his wings.
Yeah, no, I really like it. It's really, really well done. The base is very cool as well. Again, matching very much the aesthetic of Morty. Again, taking care of. We already covered. We said it was Dan's model, right? Is that there's a lot that you have to focus on with Morty, and so particularly with the face mask. Once again, Craig's done a really good job of it. Of that kind of the eye core between the two, between the what would you call them?
Yep.
It's on the rebreather.
Respirators.
Yeah, we call them respirators or vents or whatever they are. It's a very strange thing I've just been sent. I get some very peculiar emails that just occasionally crop up in my eye line, and it's like, what the hell is that? There's ADHD brain for you guys. Just trying to keep away the distractions. That model has the funniest face, though. Two choices which are the same. Yeah, but one looks to the left and one looks to the right, is my understanding of how it.
It's all about which way he's holding his weapons more so than the actual face.
Yeah, because there's one where he's pointing the lantern and the other one where it's just down by his side a little bit.
Yeah. Right? You basically can like swap the weapons around so they're doing different things. So he's holding one or the other.
No, it's excellent. Again,
much of a muchness sometimes.
2 Mortarians in one stream. It's incredible.
There you go. He is a great model.
Yeah, really, really nice work, Craig. Thank you. Speaking of Nurgle, we have a Nurgle spearhead here from Critical Focus Channel.
Lots.
We have the gardeners.
Yeah, lots of Nurgle.
Yeah. It says the gardeners ready for spearhead was the message in Discord, I think it was. And behold, we have the Pusgoyle Blight Lords, we have the Putrid Blight Kings, 10 Plague Bearers, and Spoilpox Scrivener as well.
Very nice. Suitably disgusting. Also, first thing I notice is that your hero has been done in the slightly brighter green, which is perfect because he's then very easy to pick out on the tabletop. So you can immediately see from the extra detail. I love the detailing that you've done on the scroll there. Vibrant blue on the quill, and then the brighter green really makes him pop, really makes him stand out, and your eye is immediately drawn to it. But then I also love how dark and grotesque all the plague bearers are. There's some really great detail and shading work that you've done there. Some really great depth in your color, some very dark shadows and some great highlights. Lots of extra detail. And suitably dark and disgusting and rusty in places, and it's a great color scheme that you've got here.
My favorite is the Lord of Afflictions in the back left, the Pusgoyle Blight Lord. So that's the character that you can build from it. Is that a squig in the middle with the big head? So the one in the middle is the Spoilpox Scrivener, and it has this big mouth, which speaks for it, because the Spoilpox Scrivener doesn't actually have a mouth. It just has a really long trunk with a big mouth that comes over its shoulder. Because it yells at people.
Yeah, it's a weird model, but it's a demon, so you can just anything goes basically. But yeah, that's basically like a displaced mouth.
Yeah. That
hangs like above your shoulder rather than being on your face.
Yeah, it's really quite gross. But what I was going to say is
body horror.
The armor of the Lord of Afflictions at the back is such a nice tone of green on that.
It really is.
And also the skin tone on the other Puscoil Blight Lord with the large tentacle.
Yeah, and it's mirrored in some of the sort of Blight Kings down below as well. It really sets them apart from the Plague Bearers with that sort of a slightly more. It's not like this sickly sort of pale like skin that you would expect. It's like this sort of like ruddy red, but it still kind of gives that kind of disgusting, like not quite right feel to it, because it's gone a little bit too far into being sort of like pinkish and reddish. So it's like something's still wrong here in that, perfect Nurgle way.
Yeah.
But in the other direction, which is just as effective.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's great stuff. And of course, a full spearhead, Age of Sigmar, forever, hooray.
Yeah.
And I've just seen in the chat, Lewis Evans is here and says, "Bring me Cities of Sigmar." Well, you're in luck, because that's exactly what Sylvester of Terror has given us. With
absolutely,
it's almost
honored.
like I wrote it. It's planned it out.
It's like 5 or 6 times so far.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just getting good at this,
Just that good.
So we have 10.
After 12 episodes, or like two seasons, 12 episodes each, we've finally got the transitions down.
Exactly, and that's the high quality content everybody's here for. So what we have is 10 steel helms here in the colours of the grey water fastness.
Yeah, I mean, it's brilliant. I really love. The color scheme we've chosen here is fantastic, really well executed. But I love how you've actually gone for a more naturalistic basing here. That's kind of similar in colors, because it really makes them fit together and brings the model together, all the models together as a whole, so they feel like part of their environment. It's just great basing work in general, but the color schemes that you've gone reflect the color schemes that you've got on the models. So it really works together to make a cohesive model and piece together.
Yeah. It's a really, really lovely scheme. And I also like that it's kind of faded as well in places on the banner. And I really, really, really like how the diamond on the front of the shields has been done here. I really love it.
There's a lovely sort of like soft age to them. Like there's maybe it's like you can see on like the banner there, it's not just here is a color. There's lots of like texture behind that decal, or whether it's decal or whether it's hand painted, I'm not sure, but there's a lovely softness in the way that you blend texturally from one color to another, and that's then echoed on the diamonds as well, and a lot of your cloth work, and it just gives it this really like natural soft feel to it that I think works really well.
Yeah. 100% agree. And I like the heaviness of the silver as well. It's very grey water fastness. Because they're all about this kind of industrial metals with, their love of cannons.
Yeah, everything just fits really well together here.
Yeah.
Like it just all works.
Yeah. And I'm going to pay special attention right now to this boot here. So this selection of brown here. It's really tasty. It's just a really just an absolute perfect kind of brown there.
That is some good brown boot.
That is a good brown boot, exactly. Critical Focus channel says, by the way, the Nurgle spearhead is really strong. Disease points are mad. It is very strong. I agree. I like it a lot. There's something to love in all of the spearhead. I played as the Nurgle spearhead this evening. Definitely a fun one. Yeah, it is good.
Yes.
This is why we need to get Rich to finish his Seraphon spearhead, and then he can come and face my Nurgle spearhead.
And probably be destroyed, as you know the game much better than me.
That's true.
Nurgle is very strong,
That's true unless we turn the camera
chance.
on. If we turn the camera on, my dice get shy.
Well, we can try.
Yeah.
How many cameras can we put on you? I need all the help I can get.
It only needs one, trust me. It's awesome work, Sylvester. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Old Man Noz holding it down for the Necrons with a Doom Scythe. What's it called? What's the plane
Doom
called?
Scythe sounds about right. There's two of them. One's a transport. One's more of a has a big gun, I think. And I believe this is either Doom Scythe or Night Scythe. I can't remember from just looking at the weapons which one is which. So do let us know if you're here, Old Man Noz.
It's the Night Scythe or the Doom Scythe, apparently. So I do remember it. Anyway, here we have it. I mean, Old Man Noz's Necrons have been an absolute treat throughout this entire project, and it's just, this one's really nice. It's the Night Scythe. There we go. So there's Ricky Drake's paint.
There you are.
I particularly love the kind of weathering that's up here on this kind of.
The metal weathering is fantastic.
It's a Night Scythe, says Old Man Noz. He's here. Hello, thank you, Old Man Noz. That's very kind.
Hey.
So the silver work that you've got here going on the carapace of the plane is absolutely perfect for something that shoots through the skies of the 41st millennium. Do you see what I mean?
It was also being like deep underground for however many thousands of years as Necrons were. But then contrasted with that lovely sort of smooth black, and then you've done all the lining of the greens just perfectly as well. Like there isn't a spot out of place. It's all just really crisp, really clean. Everything plays perfectly. Lovely glow from the center sort of light as well. It's just everything is as it should be. Yeah, and it looks lovely.
Yeah, it's like the kind of, it's like the perfect balance of alien, the glow, the grime, the industrialism, the heaviness of this particular war vehicle, the Night Scythe, as we know. It is now called.
Yeah.
That's just really well done, man. It's I really like it. God, your Necrons are pretty.
I mean, it actually sort of brings me back a little bit to first seeing like the third ed Necrons, fourth ed Necrons, when they came back with a new plastic range. Even though this wasn't part of it, the card scheme is so like evocative of that sort of initial sort of interaction we had with them, and then they came out and everything was sort of black and sleek with these green glowing parts and rusted metal. It's just such a classic evocative scheme that you've delivered here really well.
Yeah, I love it. I love it so much. Are you going to send us a family photo for the epilogue, Old Man Noz? Because I really, really want to see it.
This is the sort of army that looks stunning when it's all placed together.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of stunning when it's all placed together, we have the mini creative up next.
Oh man, I mean this is too much. I mean, just taking just the Terminators for a moment, they are incredible shading work in there, just so subtle. This must take you so long to do. Like, just the work on the power armor is beautiful. Some really lovely, crisp, clean highlights around it. Lovely detail, lovely freehand work. The sword is perfect. It's just like that blend from the sort of like the dark up to that sort of white, and then back down again on the other side. Extra detail work from the checks on the power fist. Even like the teleport homer, like that teleport homer alone is better than I could paint the entire squad. And then moving across to the Tyranids as well. Yeah, just absolutely brilliant. Same thing echoed across. Everything is always just painted so perfectly. The blending is brilliant. All the brain bits are brilliant as well, and have that depth there that's necessary. And yeah, lovely basing work to go along with it across both squads.
Yeah. I mean, just look at the power sword.
Just that power sword is incredible.
That highlight line going down the middle of the blade is far too perfect. Like it's just
it's one of the best power swords I think I've seen. Like it's just that good.
Oh man, the mini creative. What are we gonna do with you, eh? You need to. We need to. We need to steal some of his talent and redistribute it amongst everybody else because it's not fair.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. Um, your style is always fantastic. It's kind of very heavy metal reminiscent, but kind of feels like you're taking it up a notch from heavy metal, which
Yeah,
is nuts to say because heavy metal should be like here's like the peak of how you paint in the GWA, and then you go, yeah, but what if I did it better and put also some free hands on it?
yeah. It's absolutely obnoxious
It's nuts.
in the best way possible. Oh man! Also, shout out Sector Imperialis bases. Love to see them.
Yeah,
Love to see 'em.
great to see.
These are the ones that I use on my custodies. I've just either my hearing aid is playing up or you've gone really quiet, Josh. Is it because I strayed away from the mic again? Am I louder again? Because I might have strayed from
Probably
the
was
past.
just a distance thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, as Alec Man says, it's heavier metal.
Yeah. Oh man, mini creative dude. Whew. Oh dear. Anyway, thank you so much for letting us just share in your Leviathan boxes. Are you going to send us the family
Yeah, it's
photo?
brilliant.
Because we really want to see that. I really want to.
Definitely need it.
I really, yeah, absolutely. Next up, we have Alec Man himself, very patient in the stream.
Hey, there we go. I did transition. Mentioned him, and then his model's up next.
Exactly. We have a Krondis. We have the man himself. Well, the son of Dracothion himself. And I've been really enjoying seeing this one come together, Alec Man, because I think you've done a really, 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 really good job on it.
Yeah, really great.
And I know you said you needed a bit of guidance here and there as you were going along, but I don't think I don't think you needed me at all, other than maybe the video if you use the video. But
yeah, but after that,
it's really, really well done, man. It's not an easy model to paint, not by any stretch of the imagination. The furled wing is the bit that's the hardest to do because it's a furled wing, and you look at it and you go, it should be easy to get into, and then you get in there and like with Karazai, for example, he's got those the dark brown markings on the inside, and it's the same wing. It's easy, you can get at everything that's in there, it's not hard to get at, but then you have to actually get at it, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, especially if you're trying to replicate the pattern of like the open wing as well. You're doing that but on a different space, so you have to then translocate of where that highlight or that shading should be, and it's also an awkward place to stick a paintbrush as well, so
yeah,
you can see how that would be a challenge.
I also really like what you've done with the eyes there, Alec Man. I really like that, because mine, I think, what did I do? Oh, I can't see him. I can't see what I did for mine. But I really like what you've done with the eyes there. It's really, really cool. How did you do your eyes? These eyes, not your eyes. I don't know what your eyes look like. I'm sure they look beautiful. GW need to invent a paintbrush that can go around corners, I think. I agree. Something that's on a little ball joint that you can lock. Yeah. That would be really nice. Who knows? Maybe that'll be next year's innovation that they do.
I feel like that one they'll do for April Fools, and then people will be like, "Oh, but can you actually make it?"
Yeah, please don't mean
we would actually use it.
Please say this isn't a joke. Too late. I trademarked it. Oh, yeah, Dan's got it. I didn't have the paints you used in the video, so I went to another tutorial. I believe I used the painting coach for the eyes and the back scales. There you go. Painting coach. It's a great channel.
Yes.
It's a good choice. Good choice of alternate Josh. I'm his alternate. His channel's much bigger than mine. Come on now. No, awesome stuff. Well done, Alec, man. Seriously, be proud of this one. It's not an easy model to paint.
Yeah, really, really
done it real justice. It's great stuff. Next up, we have Cloud 2466 with a Canoptek Doomstalker. It's the one with the big gun. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Doomstalker sounds about right.
I could be completely wrong, but we do also have a ghost
It's
kill.
that one or the Reanimator, but I think Doomstalker, yeah.
Yeah, we do have also have a ghost kill. We have a Knight Valiant, and we have 4 armigers.
The Valiant's no, it's Castellan, I believe, because the Valiant's the one with the harpoon.
Oh yeah. Oh, is this a? This is. I mean, this is a truly terrifying prospect of what this one's armed with. There's the plasma and the flamer there.
And the flavor, so it's got a bit of both.
Yeah.
But hey, go for it, and then shoot whatever you want because yeah, it's brilliant. It's loaded up with so many guns, isn't it? But the red and the sort of like dark green works really nicely offset against each other. The color scheme you don't really see much, but also props for you for doing like the quartering of it as well. Always a challenge to do, but super cleanly done here as well, and really nicely weathered.
Yeah, we're a big fan of your orange and green here, because orange again is another. It's another not easy color to execute. It's just like
I feel like because it's hard to do highlights or shadows with it without going it too yellow or too red. So just to do a pure orange is actually a lot harder than you would think.
Yeah.
I feel like you've done a really good job here, and it's almost gone. A bit more because it's a bit more weathered. You have the freedom to go a little bit more brown with it in some places as well, and especially to reflect that in the metals as well.
Yeah. As Mini Creative says, orange has a really tough coverage. You have my respects. Yeah, exactly. As Rich says there, sometimes particularly with Games Workshop oranges, they tend to lean more towards yellow, which is strange because they're orange. But like Fire Dragon Bright, for example, it's got a lot of yellow in it. And then because Troll Slayer Orange, that's that one. It's not like what you would call like Sunset Orange or Burnt Orange. It's more just like we're saying orange a lot. Orange has become a word that sounds unfamiliar.
Yeah, I mean this one here is. Yeah, it feels like a little bit more desaturated than some of those ones because it doesn't have quite as much yellow in it. It's more of just like that pure sort of that orange in there, but slightly desaturated, which works really well here because fits with that more sort of like mechanical vibe. Yeah, it definitely feels like orange like really suits like the Mechanicus sort of style.
Yeah.
So on the Knights here, it works fantastic.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Like it's it feels like a natural alternative to like AdMech Red.
Sorry, 1 second. Just catching up with my document, with my record.
Sure thing.
Yeah, bright oranges begin to desaturate. Yeah, exactly. Whereas, yeah, it's just a really nice color combination. Orange and green's always nice, right? It always works.
Yeah,
it's great. Rip me about to start Orange Sisters of Battle, but I knew that going in. Good luck, Forge Father. I'm sure you'll crush it.
It's a challenge, but if you can pull it off, it can work wonders. And there's not enough orange armies out there.
There is not enough orange armies out there. Chewie, if you're still here, Knights of Maha, please.
I was going to say Knights of Maha.
Yeah, exactly.
Having watched the first season, immediately came to mind.
Exactly. Thank you, Cloud2466. Very kind of you for submitting. Thank you very much. Next up, we have another Angron. We have Scarbrand himself.
Number 3.
Which looks like I've
mislabeled dude trying to attack him as well.
Yeah, it looks like I've mislabeled it, but I haven't.
Doesn't it?
It's Scarbrand, who was here earlier. I'm not sure if you're still here, Scarbrand, but Scarbrand has given us Angron.
Yeah.
And again, just another fantastic iteration of this model. It's like you all get together and go, let's all do this one.
Yeah, like we had all of the Usherans and in like one episode or 2 episodes, all the Inos Cryptborns, and now we've got all of the Angrons. I mean, stunning work. I love like how you've pushed some of the highlights, like on the hands and the wings, a little bit harder, which is really lovely to see. Makes it really pop. Again, on the face, really nice. But you've also then pushed the shadows a bit harder as well. So especially on that sort of like knuckle around the claws, you've got some really deep shadows there in between all that sort of like slightly more pinkish before it fades out to the red. So I really like how hard you push the highlights and shadows here, because it just outlines that definition, and it feels like the model is so much more defined because of it. And then obviously lovely blending work, especially in that bit on the sword as well. Lovely to put a little model there that's trying to fight Angron, but he doesn't even care. He's so powerful, he's not even going to look at him. Yeah, really, really lovely work here. And I feel like you really pushed it here as well in terms of how far you go on the highlights and shadows.
Yeah. I love that, Scarbrand, do correct me if I'm wrong, is the Dark Angel on the right a nod to the Forge World version of Angron? Because the Forge World version of Angron has two Marines going brr, having been, slaughtered and carnaged. But yeah, I mean, I echo exactly what Rich said there. I mean, like the highlights, the thing I was immediately drawn to as soon as I opened it the first time was if you look at the point on the sword over here, just there. See that one?
Yeah.
It's absolutely...
And then also, even on the claws as well, like right on the tips, how you've gone right up to that sort of very, very pale grey, almost white on the tips.
Yeah. And then, like you said, the knuckles on the hand, again, kind of similar thing to what we said about Travis's piece earlier, just around here. It just really pops. It looks fantastic. And then, again, another special shout out to this shoulder here with the sort of the verdigris pattern around the World Eater's sigil. Just is really, 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 really well done. And Alec Man has pointed out as well, truly masterful work on the wings. Yeah, in here. It's that fade between that
really
sort of pinky knuckles into the red, and then back into the red as well as the skin of Angron. Just really, really nicely worked.
Brilliant.
Really nicely worked.
Brilliant work.
Part that and part a nod to a couple of players that I go against regularly. So much characters will kill DAs and my troops will kill guard. Oh, there you go. I love it. I love it as an addition as well. Because I was like, oh, that's nice. That's poor Space Marine, right? I mean, not really. But
Yeah.
it probably does.
I mean, hey, we said before we need more dioramas, so maybe this is how you get it in.
Yeah, I mean, we've got
put some enemy models on bases.
We've got an unfortunate Deathwing down here as well. Good. And yeah, and again, we echoed this earlier about like the face being the thing that you're drawn to. Yeah, look at that. I mean, just it's just
really, really lovely definition.
Yeah, I've really well done, Scarbrand. Honestly, great stuff. Great stuff. Third Angron, insane. I know. Look at how talented this bunch.
You guys are smashing it out of the park.
Yeah. Speaking of, this is actually silly now. Speaking of Dark Angels, Hairlock gives us Azrael.
Hey. The sequence of this is top notch, but also the painting is as well. Really dark, really moody, really atmospheric, as we know Hairlock is fantastic at doing. I love how subtle that you've gone, like the light is just hitting the top of the sword and then filtering down and giving just enough of this sort of directional light to just sort of mostly the top of the mini, and then it gets darker and darker as you go down. Really atmospheric. And also the stairs that you got here for the base, stunning. Really, really nice.
Yeah. It's so moody in all the best ways.
Yeah. Really, really subtle and restrained as well.
Yeah. This man truly is the chapter master of secrets. Right? That's what I got from it. I was like, yes.
For sure.
Yeah, this is absolutely
like this gives like a moodiness to the Dark Angels that like really captures their essence and their story.
Yeah, I really love it. And also, Hairlock said in the Discord, this might have the submission might be a little bit late because they've been really busy because they've had a baby. I hope I've remembered that correctly.
Oh wow! Congratulations.
I will just confirm that. I can't log in without changing things. I hope I got that right.
Congratulations either way, and if you don't have a baby, you've got a lovely painted model. So that can take the congrats.
Yeah, exactly. This can also be your baby, but congratulations. Is the baby signified by the watcher? I would guess so. Hello, Adam. We are still going. We're nearly there, though. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 left. I'm really sorry, but I must go to bed as I'm falling asleep on the sofa.
Almost there.
Really amazing work from everyone. We'll catch the rest tomorrow morning as I have the day off. Night, night, all. And I assume something nice. Thank you for hanging out, Plops of Corn. I hope you've enjoyed it.
No
Thank
worries.
you so much for your
Pleasure to have you.
Had a baby and moved. Just scroll back on the Discord to confirm. There we go.
There you go.
So congratulations, Hairlock. Well done. Congratulations on an excellent model, and on a baby, and on moving. Well done. Awesome.
Yeah. Everything's happening.
Yeah, lovely. Next up, we have GameX with more Legions Imperialis. We have some Solar Auxilia this time. We have a Malcador, and we have a Flamer section, and we have the Las Rifle Tertio.
Very nice.
FYI, Josh.
I mean,
Rich has disappeared on stream. Oh yeah, so he has. It's because I clicked a button. That's why.
Oh no.
There we go. That was my bad.
But yeah, I mean, Legions Imperialis is small enough already, but then you chose to do the guard version of it, which is even smaller again. And I'm just always so impressed with how much detail you can get into these tanks at this scale. Because these are some detailed tanks. Like, they went, oh, let's take some guard tanks and then add more detail on them. And you picked it out all individually with still very distinct, very clean colors here. And it all looks great. Like, brilliant work.
Yeah, I agree. Adam says, sorry I couldn't join you guys tonight, but I've just got in from a work event. Well, you know, Adam, there's still 3 entries left. If you want to come in for the last 10-15 minutes, you are more than welcome to. I think we also need to put out an APB on Reza because I have no idea where he is.
Disappeared into the ether.
Yeah.
Some trainer's eating him up.
Yeah, he's just trapped on a train somewhere. Should go to
Hopefully he gets back all right.
Anyway, so Legions Imperialis. Like I said again, this has not been a good day for me because I've been really tempted by Legions Imperialis, and as you can see, a lot of other people are doing Legions Imperialis.
Yeah, there is enough out there,
and it's very, very exciting. And like this just looks. This is really nice. I love this little purple in here. Against the
yeah, it's lovely touch.
Against the rest of the blue of the tank, it's just really nice. It's a nice little touch that you can add to these Solar Auxilia miniatures because they are really small. Of course they are, and it's tough to find ways to kind of distinguish them from other things. But Rich is now half a picture, Warhipster. Are you? Does that mean Adam's here?
Yes.
That means Adam's here. Yes.
Adam is in the process of joining us.
There he is.
I'm in the process of joining. Just give me a second, guys.
Can you turn your camera on?
I am going to, yes.
Because I can sort out that. There we go. Right, now I can sort it out. So now we've it's actually just replaced Rich. Hang on, don't worry, we'll get Rich back. Rich has got the gold star, but where are we? Hang on.
I'll come in. I'll hang out with you guys for 20 minutes to make up for not being here. Sorry.
There he is. Cool.
Oh, There we go.
should be
It's
all
got-
right for this screen. Did you enjoy your work event?
It was good. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah. Overdue Christmas party, was it?
No. No, we had a Christmas party. Yeah, no, it's good to be here though, and look, these are some very impressive models, so I'm glad I was able to jump in.
You are going to have
I
to
will
go
go
back
back
and watch,
Yeah, no,
because
Yeah,
this has been a truly exceptional tale of many waters. They always are, but this one's
Absolutely.
just been
Oh,
orders
I'm
of
sure.
magnitude of ridiculously incredible. So yeah, it's nice to see the Solar Auxilia though, isn't it, Adam?
yes, it is, and I agree entirely with Rich's comment that not only have you decided to go tiny models, you've also gone for the guard ones, which are very small, that much smaller. So it is awesome, and I love the little red or purple details that you've done. It's like maroony purple. It's really nice.
Yeah, agreed. Do you want to see some more Legions Imperialis?
Absolutely.
Because that's what we have from Zarum.
Oh, these are cool.
So we have some more of
very
his
nice.
excellent Salamander's vehicles. We have a Kratos and a Spartan. Yeah, it is a Spartan.
Yeah, Spartan.
Yeah, this is the thing though. Like, I had to, when you said, "Oh, let's get some more Legion Imperialis," and you opened it up, and I was like, "These aren't Legion Imperialis. They look like full-size miniatures. They're painted that well." I'm like, "They're not small," but yeah, incredible work.
They're so detailed. It's fantastic.
Yeah, this is really, really well done. Zarum was very kind to share with us how they did the green last night, because I was like, your green's better than my green for Horus Heresy, because mine's way too 40k green. Yeah, I'm a big fan of these. And like the Spartans look great. I hadn't realised that the Spartans had actually been released, so that's another thing for me to add to my list to buy.
Yeah, no, they're fantastic. Well done, Zarum. Like, I think you've in the way you've picked out all of the little like lenses and I guess windows on the tanks on both of them in the red as well is really nice. Gives a nice contrast, and the obviously the kind of I assume Balthazar gold details that are on all of the weapons and some of the sort of machine parts as well. It's really nice. It's really well done.
Yeah,
really, really well done.
And you've done the thing that I
lovely
refused
stuff.
to do on all of my tanks, which was actually put the crewman in the top.
Yes, yeah.
I was like,
Yeah,
there's
sure.
no chance I'm doing this.
Hey, look, I would do the same as you, Josh. I'll be like, nope, don't need to paint that. That can just be shut.
Mm.
When I saw them in the Discord, I also thought they were full size. They are painted so well.
Yeah.
Zara's here.
Literally,
Thank
you opened up and I was like, you are lying, Josh. This is full size.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's initially what I thought as well. But I was like, no, hang on. I know it because the crewman. I know that.
yeah.
I know that detail anyway.
Also, because if they are full size, that's the biggest mat you've ever seen underneath them ever.
Yeah, but like, you don't know how big those those grids are.
My
Could be any
grid
scale.
line, my grid lines are massive.
Could be. I don't know, your man.
You're not a real hobbyist unless you're hobbying on a gymnastics mat.
Yeah, I just watch your painting desk. It's more of a hall. Yeah, no. These are honestly, Zarum. These are fantastic, and I think you should be very proud of them. And everybody who's commenting that they do look life size or full size, not life size, otherwise they would be even bigger.
God, if they were life
Is
size,
absolutely
wow.
right.
Yeah.
Park them in front of Warhammer World.
Yeah, you could. They're that well
Has
painted.
anyone,
You could park them in front of
someone's like taken some Legion Imperialis rhinos and just put them next to the rhino at Warhammer World to get like a scale shot?
I did that.
Yeah, Josh did it.
There you go.
Yeah.
I was going to say someone did. I felt like I'd seen it somewhere, but I couldn't remember who had done it.
Yeah.
We should have got a 40k rhino and sort of put them in between, so they look like those Russian nesting dolls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should have done really. No, honestly, really good work. Next up, got two left. Next up, we have Plasma Claw with a third Mortarion. Third Mortarion.
Yeah.
That's
the
is this
third one,
Mortarion
so
number 3 we've had tonight?
3 Mortarions and 3 Angrons.
Yes.
And what are we on? Is there an Usheran count as well?
We've had two Assurance.
At least 2, maybe 3.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we've had at least 2.
Yeah.
Popular boys.
Yeah.
I like it.
Now this one is definitely
Yeah,
a
because
pound
Dan Bussy
hand
UK had
Vectorum.
one, I believe.
So I mean, I really like the pallet hand scheme. For
Yeah,
Morty,
it's very nice,
obviously,
isn't it?
I did a video on it. But yeah,
Yep.
it's really, really well done. This Usheran is basically flawless over here.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I love the sort of like snowy base on there as well. Like the red sort of
dust
bleeding out from the stairs.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
yeah. And then also, the one other thing I really like about these Slaves to Darkness here is the red trim on the shields.
Yeah, the red trim is great, but also like the shields, like the metallics on the shield are done really well. There's like a really lovely soft blend going on there that is just gorgeous.
Yeah, it is really good. It gives them that, like, you know, differentiation from other Chaos Warriors, and I really like that. I must say I really like the white banner with the red Chaos sigil on it.
Yeah,
that's like very different, in a really nice way.
Yeah,
for sure.
And the blue scales on the musician with the like, I guess, like Drake scale cloak thing that they have.
Yeah.
That's really lovely.
Yeah. It's really cool.
Yeah.
It's really, really nice. Based them off of Norska.
Yeah.
There we go. This is Norska.
We did it. You did a great job, Cody. It's awesome.
Yeah, agreed. Hang on, I just need to update my document one more time because I keep forgetting. There we go. So yes, I mean 3 Nortarians, 3 Angrons, a couple of Usherans. We've had an Ionist Cryptborn, but we do have one last entry, and this is the only one that I had to censor a little bit. So if you've seen it in the Discord, there was a bit of debate as to whether or not it would be appropriate for YouTube. I don't care, but I did put some little white squares on it. So here we go. Here's the last entry of A Tale of Many Warhipsters Season 2, and it is from Simply Brazen. And
Boobies.
It is this Sladeshi.
I mean,
demon.
Is this like
I'm assuming this is a custom model because I mean, incredible work.
No, but
so
what's
much
that?
detail on there.
There's that company that makes. I can't remember what they're
I'm
called.
pretty certain it is the Creature Caster.
Creature Caster. Yeah, that's the one.
Creature Caster,
Yeah, it's cool though. I mean, you've done a fantastic job on the
stunningly
painting.
painted.
Like, I love the like aquamarine, almost Thousand Suns blue versus the purple.
It really offsets like the pink and purple really nicely.
Yeah, it does, and the detail on both the face of the demon and also on the masks around the body is really cool.
Yeah, the shading on the masks is brilliant.
Yeah,
and we've got a Space Marine for scale as well, so this thing is massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also like in the inset picture to the right, you then see all like the little tiny, like almost like greenish dots that you see, which you can't quite pick up on the larger photo. But yeah, it goes to show just how insanely detailed that the painting is on this.
Yeah,
truly brilliant work.
I also like the on the base. So I assume it's part of the and Simply Brazen can tell us in comments or in chat. But on the base, you've got these broken statues around it, which I think is very thematic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really do you know what, honestly, I mean, it's proper work of art. This is really, really nice.
Yeah.
Definitely a centerpiece,
really,
like definitely a centerpiece, like
100%.
for your army.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I just didn't want to take the risk with YouTube. So I had to
yeah, probably like a decent shout just to be on the safe side.
Just you leaning over the camera, just going like this.
Do you know what I thought? Do you know what the other thing I thought about for the conclusion of Tale of Many Warhipsters, but it would be a massive invasion of privacy, would be to on the last slide just have basically put a mirrored surface so that the last work of art in Tale of Many Warhipsters 2 was season 2 would be you guys, everybody at home who's taken part over the past year. But unfortunately, I can't turn on all your webcams because that would be awful. So,
Zuckerberg.
Yeah, don't do that.
yeah, exactly. So that is the
Um,
last one. A great way to finish off from Simply Brazen. There it is. That is the final entry in A Tale of Many Warhipsters Season 2. Guys, we've done it. We've got to the end of a year's worth of telling a tale.
It's a hell of a tale we've told. Let's be honest. I mean, like you think about it over the last 12 months. I appreciate. I unfortunately was not here to see most of the finale tonight, but over the last 12 months, I think the journey we've been on with the painting that we've seen has been genuinely amazing. I know we say it pretty much every time, but you should all be incredibly proud of yourselves because every week or every month when we do this, we are stunned by the continued brilliance of your work.
Agreed. Agreed.
Yeah. But also, it's been really great to see how you guys have progressed over the year as well. From seeing you starting out an army to then trying out a couple of characters to then doing like your big centerpiece model. There's been so many like big things that we've seen that have just blown us away completely. So it's been really, really fantastic to see you guys grow as a community and as hobbyists over this year.
And also the speed at which people have got some of these, the Ionis Cryptborns, I think has always been an interesting one because we've had months where, just after Ionis came out, like the month or the second month after that, it was just 3 or 4 Ionis Cryptborns. Yeah. Like people just pouring their passion into making this model, and it's just amazing. It's just fantastic. It's also, I will say also, and Josh, stop me if we're not supposed to do the soppy nostalgia roundup at this point, but I think it's been really nice to see people express their own take on, because as you say, we see multiple Mortarians, we see multiple Ionis Cryptborns, we see multiple Usherans. Every single one of them is still unique because it's your story that you've put on your model.
Yeah.
Which is amazing, and and that variation is so nice to see as well.
I feel like we've definitely seen that, especially with the Usherans as well. There's been some fantastic, so unique takes that we've seen. Even tonight, we've seen one with more of a snow base with the sort of blood soaking out into it. Everyone is different and unique in its own way.
So when we get to the end of, leaving aside what is to come out in the rest of 2024, when we get to sort of December 2024 and we're doing the Games Workshop Model of the Year, if it's not something that's featured as painted by you guys on Tale of Many Warhipsters, I'm going to be outraged when instead of, Usheran or an Ionis Cryptborn equivalent, it's like, some Space Marine captain stood on a rock.
Yeah.
Well, you missed it before, Adam, but tactical rocks are now being replaced by tactical rubber duckies.
Oh, okay. Well, I will go back and I will watch the stream because that sounds quite fun to me.
Star Pilot just said, "Hello, sad I missed it." Hello, Star Pilot. You're here just in time. You didn't miss it. You're here right at the end. A Star Pilot is never late, nor are they early. They arrive precisely when they mean to.
When the hyperdrive allows.
Yeah, exactly. So, what I've been doing throughout the stream, everybody, for those of you still here, is I've been
creating no dial.
I've been putting everybody's name into the spin, right, for the sake of the final giveaway. Now, we're going to spin this live, and we're going to do this here with everybody here, because basically the prize is a little bit up for grabs. Now, I want to be able to ask you in real time what it is that you want, because if you don't want a copy of Scaventide, that's fine. But if you do want a copy of Scaventide, then
you do.
Then that it is what it is. And everybody who submitted tonight, you've all gone in, even if you've won something in the past. So there is a second chance to win for you this time out. So we are going to spin the wheel. And if you're not here, then we're going to have to spin it again because I want to know. So here we go. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, and then we'll do the favourites in a minute. Adam, you're exempt this time round.
No, I was going to say, I think it'd be a bit unfair because I've only seen like 3.
Unless you want to quickly watch the entire stream on like 3 times speed. Anyway, here we go. So we're going to click to spin or press Control plus Enter. I'm just going to click to spin. Here we go. Give us a winner. Who is the winner? The winner is... Viking Minis 50.
Viking Minis, are you there to tell us what you
Viking Minis
want?
50, are you here? Are you here to claim your prize? Because if not, we are going to have to respin.
We could be here a while.
We could be here a while.
Reward for all that have stayed to the end.
Is he here? Is Viking Minis here?
I don't know. Or we just hope that he emails me. That's the question.
I think we have to go with that unless there are.
Doesn't look like Viking Minis is here.
I don't think Viking is in the chat, but that's okay.
So are we going to respin? Or are we going to leave it? Are we going to wear it?
You're in charge of this circus. We're merely the clowns. You can do what you want.
Do you know what? I'm going to make a note. So let's say, okay. So, let's say Viking Minis 50 has won first prize. Okay. Now, in the spirit of the rest of the thing, Viking Minis 50, please send me an email if you're watching this after the fact.
Should you remove him, because then otherwise we could get him again.
Yeah. What we're going to do now
Yep.
is we're going to spin for a second and a third prize in the style of what we've been doing. So a box of something that you guys want to paint next, perhaps for the your next project or whatever. We're gonna spin because you guys have been incredibly generous on these streams, and you know, just the super chats, the absolutely bonkers beginning that we had between Travis and James Matthias and Mini Creative and Yumel Angmar being a member for 16 months, Matt Hogan for becoming a member, Ice Phoenix, Fabian, Dan Elliott for becoming members. Just that's just today. In previous streams, you guys have been bonkersly generous, and I want to just kind of give a little bit back. So we are going to do a second and third prize.
That's awesome, man.
Is how we're going to do. I can't give away 3 copies of Skaven Tide because.
No. Do you know what? Do you know what I would say to people? I would say as just a prize idea, and Josh, I don't know if you would agree with this, but spearhead is very good. You don't have a spearhead. Think about a spearhead.
Yeah. So we're going to spin for another prize here. So we're going to go for it. Here we go. Prize number 2.
Hey.
Electman.
Well done, Electman. Electman is here. Electman,
I know you're here.
They were before.
So congratulations, you've won a prize. Email me at therealwarhipster@gmail.com. Tell me what you want. Your next unit, basically, and we'll get that one to you. Unless you're, if you're stateside, just tell me what you want, and I'll send you the dollars for it. And we'll go for it. So yeah, just email me at therealwarhipster@gmail.com, telling me what you want, and we are now going to do the third prize. Same thing as well. Remove Elecman, so you can't win again. Sorry. And we're going to go for one more spin. Here we go.
double win.
There you go, Sylvester with Carol.
There we are.
Congratulations.
Yes.
So again, same thing. Shoot me an email. Tell me what you want, and we'll get something over to you. And yeah, congratulations to the winners. There you go.
Yeah, well done, guys. Well done.
And because I can't be bothered to set up the second screen, I'm just going to minimize this. Yeah, it's a real professionalism there from Mr. Josh. Rich, give me your favourites tonight.
It's very hard to narrow it down. So, as usual, I will give you a list in no particular order. Special shout out to the many Angrons and Mortarians we saw. But the ones that I want to give a special shout out to include below average minis for his above average Lord of Plagues diorama, Flying Mutleys, Talia Vedra and Cavalier Marshal, James Matthias for his Flame Seekers and Orc Commandos, Plops of Corn for his Chaos War Dogs on some great scenic bases, Black Dog minis for his Mozrog Scragbad, and then finally the mini creative for his Perfect Terminators and Neurotitan and Rippers. But incredibly hard to narrow it down to even that long list there, because you guys were all incredible tonight and across the entire 12 months.
Yeah, this has been quite an overwhelming tale of many Warhipsters. Season 1 was incredible. Season 2 has just raised the bar. It's gone above and beyond. I have no idea where we're going for Season 3.
New and terrifying places.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Can it even get any better than this? Like, yeah, you guys have been incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're all my favourites.
Oh,
Um,
the real Warhipsters were the friends we made along the way.
I don't want to tease
Yeah,
him,
yeah.
but I will. You know who my least favourite was, though? Reza Prime. Where the hell are you? I'm worried about you.
I am slightly
Austin
worried about
trained
him. Yeah,
somewhere.
I mean, I turned up at the very least.
Yeah. I'm a little
Yeah,
bit.
I'm assuming he had a complete nightmare getting home and then just crashed as soon as he got home.
He's stuck on a train outside Milton Keynes or something,
Yeah.
cursing you.
But you know what? I think a real favourite of mine tonight was Laura's Stinky Dwarf. I really
Nick,
really
that was
enjoyed that.
brilliant.
That was so.
I need to
good.
go back and
Stinky
watch
Dwarf
it.
with the rubber ducky.
Yeah, the rubber
Brilliant
ducky.
model.
All of your Legions Imperialis things tonight, they were fantastic. Especially the War Master Titan. Just how many total slides were there tonight? Tonight there were 55 slides.
55.
55 slides.
Wow.
Yeah. Just unbelievable stuff.
I mean, yeah, congrats to everyone who's kept submitting or even joined and then kept submitting all the way up until the end, so that we have, a full 55 slides right at the end here. It's, incredible to see you guys. This literally doesn't happen without you, so thank you for all your support and for sending in your models for us to review.
Yeah.
To give our, dubious thoughts on. But yeah, it's really appreciated.
Yeah, thank you for sending your stuff in for us to give our uninformed, well, three of us sometimes in friends to give our uninformed opinions on, and Josh to actually provide useful input.
James Matthias, thank you so much for the $55, $1 per slide. It's very kind.
What a box.
Incredible.
You've already been very generous tonight. That's incredible.
And also, James, I know, puts the additional effort to do the little formatted slides with the names as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Cracking.
Stunning.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
Thank you so much for Ice Phoenix. I'm excited for the epilogue and the next season. Epilogue, we do have, so in the description you will see, thank you so much for reminding me, yes, that is really good. So in the description, I didn't make a video for it because I was like, I couldn't figure it out basically. So in the description you will see, it says, here we are at the end of all things. If you'd like to submit a family photo for the epilogue episode next month, please use the following link to do so. So there is another Google form that you can use specifically for it. You can also email me the photos at therealwarhipster@gmail.com, or you can use the Discord channel to submit your photos by the 31st of July. So by the end of the month, I don't know exactly when the stream is going to be. It'll be in August. It won't be the first Wednesday, probably, because that week's a bit crazy for me. But we are going to be doing the epilogue stream. I will obviously liaise with Rich and Reza if he's, not trapped on a train for the rest of time, and Adam as to when we can do that. Because obviously Rich and Adam need plenty of time to get their family photos together, especially Adam with 40,000 models that he's painted in the last 12 months. Can we submit things that weren't part of the tale but are some of our favourite models of our collection we want to show off, if you like? Yeah.
I am. The Warhammer 40,000.
Yeah, the only thing I will say, is if you send me 4,000 photos, I'm going to pick the one that has the most models in it. That is the only thing I will say, because it's family photos type thing. So just kind of, by all means, like put whatever you want into it. It's
everything all together.
Yeah, everything all together. By all means, please do. Really want to see it, but we put it all in one photo rather than like tons and tons and tons of photos, because otherwise, I don't want that one to be a 5-hour stream. Because let's face it, if I did it, if I showed you everything that I've painted over the last year, that's 12 months, that's 52 weeks, times 2 videos, that's 104. So that's 104 different units I could put in. I'm not going to do that. So, but this is the thing. I won't just restrict you to one slide, for example, Flying Muttley. You've done 3 armies. So if you send me 3 photos of your 3 different armies, they'll all go in. Do you see what I mean? Does that make sense? Because trying to get Adam to do a single photo with everything he's painted over the last year, it will just be like, here is a nondescript table full of models you can't make out.
I'll just get my wide angle lens out.
Gonna go for
fill up your entire garage.
Yeah.
Click on. Can't move. Too many models.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, guys, bear all of that in mind. I will drop reminders in the Discord, of course, and do keep an eye out for the interim story, which I will make an announcement about at least sort of 4-6 weeks before it's due to happen, for example. So I can have an Orcs photo and an everything else photo. Exactly, Laura. Exactly. That's exactly what you do. But it is now 20 past midnight. Everybody's tired. Everybody's been fantastic. You've been incredible. I don't know how to say goodbye. Like all good seasons of televisions, we always fail at the finale. I should have prepared some words, but I didn't prepare any words. But all I can say is, just from the bottom of my heart, a massive, massive thank you to everybody who has been here for multiple months, for all of the months, throughout the entire year, or even if you only dropped in for 1 month and then didn't drop in again in terms of the submissions. You're a massive part of this tale. Every single one of you is a word on the script. You are a part of this community, this channel. You are literally like the building blocks, the foundational aspects of what it is to be part of the Warhipster team. None more so than my 2 guest presenters down here, Mr. Gwatkin, Mr. Robbins down there. You two been absolutely spectacular. And I will say that Reza has also been absolutely spectacular when he showed up. He's had a very, very busy last year, though. So we will get him back for next year. And
he's been through a lot and has a very busy life. So we understand and want him back when we can.
Yeah, what he doesn't understand is next season he has to do double the work to make up for this season.
Yeah, double models every month. No, honestly, it's been a pleasure to be here. When I can be here, because apologies, work in particular and life gets in the way. But no, honestly, genuinely, it's a pleasure to come and do this and see the stuff. Obviously hang out with Josh and Rich and Rez when he's around as well. But just to look at the stuff you guys produce, because it is amazing. And it certainly is a highlight of my month when I get to do it. So looking forward very much to see what you guys do in season 3 when we eventually get there, because as others have said, the level of quality and passion that you guys bring to this has only increased, and it was already at a pretty darn high level. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much for letting me come on this journey with you, Josh, and with the community. Looking forward to seeing what you guys do next.
Yeah. Rich, any final words?
Can't wait for it. Just that you guys are all the best. I mean, you guys make this what it is, and personally, you guys have been so inspiring for my own painting journey. It's that drive to submit and have something painted every week, but it's also looking at all of your incredible models every week, picking up new painting tips, new ways of doing like transfers or freehands or whatever it might be, or just like you've done a creative model that we've never seen before, or a interesting conversion that sparks something in us, and then we go away and do some hobby, and yeah, it's just the more we see, the more inspired we get, and it's such a joy to see your models each week. So as much as you may appreciate us showing your models, it's right back at you tenfold, because you make our lives so special by showing us your art, and we love to see
100%, 100%. You do indeed love to see it.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better
All
myself. Right. So, for the last time in A Tale of Many Warhipsters Season 2, I am going to raise the hand of farewell. And I'm gonna. This actually got parroted back to me as a catchphrase, and I was like, "Yes, it worked."
It's working. We got a set up.
That was a weirdly exciting thing for me. Like the other day when somebody dropped a comment on a YouTube video saying, "Wake up, babe, a new Warhipster video just dropped," and I was like, "I've made it!" But anyway, thank you so much. See you all very soon in the next one. Painting video tomorrow for you. Lord Terminos is what it is. I'm pretty certain. Oh. Anyway,
he's so cool.
He is. Bye, everybody. Do you want to say, guys? Want to say farewell?
Goodbye.
Bye.
See you later.